All right, there we go. And welcome everybody back for day 2 top cut for Portland Materia Cup. We will be having our match coming to you very shortly. Have our first place versus 16th match. It'll be Creon Smallnook versus Bradley Whaler. Be some Crystals versus Leo. A little bit of water on both sides. Be an exciting match.
Oh yeah,
Now,
absolutely.
Yeah. Now, Kyle, what are you thinking for this match? So, the Crystal deck, we watched Bradley struggle. The only round he lost, getting kind of pressured very quickly with Cat 6. Crystals is not aggression. Usually, it kind of wants to build up its reserve of crystals. Want to do its own separate thing. So
yeah, so it's hard to evaluate because I can only take this at face value with the wind water crystal deck, right? I mean, I can read the cards and know what they do, that kind of a thing. But I haven't played a deck like this before, so it's interesting. But there is some possibility of haste, like Venera and Edge, things like that. But you're right in the sense of I don't think there's very much aggression going on, which means that under normal circumstances, I think Bradley's going to be able to get set up, which means that that's probably going to spell doom for Creon unless maybe there's some protection from certain things with the Cecil and Dario maybe as well. But
I definitely think the Cecil can provide a little bit of protection. Glaciella can deal with stuff. I think the more important thing though is definitely the Cecil being able to apply protection, just like you were saying. Maybe Sarah could pump stuff, or I guess we're not really dealing damage, so that's not really going to be too relevant. I think it is going to come down to that Cecil if he can hold down some crystals just to protect some of his category 4 forwards from abilities once a Leviathan starts to come out or something, to be able to probably try to push in some of that last bits of damage. But if I'm Creon, I'm thinking I kind of want to apply some of my threats to the board pretty early and just try to get in a few points of damage, as we've mentioned against Leo quite a few times. You really just don't want to give them time to fully set up their value. We have our players looking over each other's deck lists right now.
Yeah, and I know this is kind of like a speed bump, but it's a speed bump that could matter. Creon does have Lulu Alexander to blow up some of the monsters, and that'll buy some time. He also has the 2 CP Alexander, so he does have access to multiple Alexanders. But at the end of the day, he does need to win as soon as possible before the Leo deck, combos off. So
yeah, removing those Sahagin Chiefs can definitely buy a good bit of value from him. Those each Sahagin Chief being a respin plus saving their board. I definitely think I would be trying to aim for that. No, we don't really have any ways of tutoring it, but another thing to look over in Creon's list, that just as in general, we didn't talk too heavily about just like a water wind crystal, but I really like his backup lineup here. It's just kind of straightforward, very clean, really reliant on Sid too. So I gotta imagine Creon's gonna try a mulligan for Sid too. But he does have 7 1-drop backups. Of course, the cycling ones for his colors, and then Spiritus to be able to take advantage of the fact that he's using all these crystals. I think if he gets a Sid 2 on turn 1, he's going to be in a pretty good spot. Being able to go and get that Spiritus the next turn, and then from there he can probably just kind of start operating off of just that for quite a while. And
he's
the
got
Spiritus, yeah, Yeah, the Spiritist will be able to let him, pull out an edge, and spend that crystal, keep pulling it back, keep saving stuff with Cecil. I'm really excited to see this deck function today.
Yeah, so it's funny. So you mentioned Creon's probably relying on the Sid too. I don't know if I would use the word relying, but obviously that card generates a lot of CP, right? But even if he doesn't draw the Sid 2 and he draws those other backups, everything costs 2 and 1. So it's, you're right. It's just so efficient and cheap and effective. He would prefer to draw the Sid 2, right? He definitely would. But in the worst case scenario, as long as he's drawing backups, he's still going to be able to play them and play them effectively. So
yeah, absolutely. Yeah, and as long as we see the Sid 2 set out for a little while, like you mentioned, it is value town right there. All right, and Brad with a pretty standard opener here. He's got, Larsa into Sarah Gordon. He will be able to Waka next turn, and he's just going to be missing a Thornton. If he does find a Thornton, that will be able to get him either a Realm or a 1 CP monster, and then he is off to the races for Leo.
Yeah, and if I'm Creon from the spot, I see Brad discard the Waka. Alarm bells are going off of like another Waka or another 3-drop, things like that, because Waka's a pretty premium card in the spot.
Absolutely.
So Brad or Creon's going to have to, either do something aggressive, or it's going to be a little bit rough for him, because like I mentioned in pregame talk, it's just, if we're both playing the setup game, one of these decks has a higher ceiling, so it's going to be it's going to be a little bit rough.
Yeah, absolutely. And this is, like I mentioned, exactly where Brad wants to be, where he is just kind of curving out pretty ideally. Creon also with not a shabby start for himself, the Sid 2, getting the Spiritus. I do find it interesting he did go ahead and went for the Spiritus, didn't want to worry about getting his other color online yet. But of course, Sid 2 can just fetch up a blue source at any time, so that does help smooth out his colors. Even though they don't tap for blue, it can go and get one. Here's a Leo off of the Waka.
I think so. Bradley has all the numbers in his hand. He just isn't able to cast them all this turn. So
yeah, I do see that Realm in hand. A Realm goes and gets a 1-drop and is the 5-drop. That gets him all the way to Leo numbers.
Yeah, so next turn we're probably going to see a Realm to get some kind of 1-drop, and probably Sahagin Chief, and then play the Leo. Oh, something.
I almost wonder if that turn he pitched to play the Waka. I almost wonder if that turn Bradley was planning on potentially just pitching hand, playing Realm Leo. Like I think he might have been thinking that might have been a Leo turn already, that last turn.
Yeah, there's a good chance, but hitting the Chief is too good.
Yes, to pass up. I agree with that.
He's not under any pressure, so it's okay to wait a turn. But something else to point out, we didn't really point out earlier, is Bradley has Quadovs in his deck, and there's a lot of 2-drops in Creon's deck. So that's something that could come up too if Creon did get aggressive. And if it was with 2-drops, then Bradley does have a good answer to it, and a good efficient answer. All right, so this is probably the turn, the go off turn. Now, will Creon notice in Realm, or almost a Realm with the trigger on the stack? And if so, I'm curious if Bradley's gonna Sahagin Chief it.
I don't think I.
So it's not necessarily a normal play, quote unquote, right?
No.
So,
but I mean, you almost have to, because of, it does get Bradley to Leo numbers.
It does.
And we do see that Tomos in his hand. It would only be 1 CP if he uses a crystal. Effect. Looks like we're good to go. So this will, now these will come in. Creon will have a chance to still respond to the triggers off of the Sahagin Chief. But if he lets those go, Bradley will just be able to slam out a Leo. And I assume Sahagin Chief and probably a Blue Goo here, right?
I think he discarded a blue goo. I think his only option was the
Or
was the turtle.
Adamantoise. Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, I thought you discarded the Adamantoise, not the Blue Goo. So, yep, going in the other one drop that
Should be 3 and 1 on the counters, I think. I think that's what that is. It's hard to see.
Sounds right.
So yeah, this is game time for Bradley. He's got everything he wants right now. There it is. So those are gonna get triggers too. All right. What do we got, Bradley? All right, Thornton's already good enough.
Yeah, I was about to say, as long as we can just Thornton here, that's actually not bad.
Okay.
A lot of people commonly forgetting that Leo can not just play forwards, not just play monsters. It is anything. You can play summons, you can play backups there. So I like the option of going for the Thornton. Not that he had many options, but can get him a respin. See him thinking about a Sahagin. What else could we be getting here?
I think it's the Hagen or either Blue Mage or Quattro Queen.
Okay.
I think those are the picks that I'm thinking of at the top of my head, because we have numbers 2 through 6 in our backup now. So the realm, we don't need to keep the realm in play anymore, and the Adamantoise is our 1. So that's already like we can use the Sahagin Chiefs as much as we want, and I also like passing here. I think spinning against kind of greedy because we're losing CP, and we're again still not under pressure.
Yep.
So it's one of those things of like, what's the best play that Creon can do this turn?
Yeah, let's wait for the ceiling of our deck to really kind of take in effect.
Yes,
get there at max trajectory, not just going for getting there as fast as possible.
Yeah, I think if we respin again this turn, it's a little bit greedy. And also, we have the perfect answers in the Sahagin Chiefs on board right now. So if Creon does do something crazy, not only can we bounce our board, we can bounce his board. So and still have Leo numbers.
Yeah, one of the things I kind of wish Brad had done would have been to actually keep the Thancred in hand. Okay. And I actually might have tutored out a Thancred or some kind of lightning card as a backup for next turn, because we already have 2 Sahagin Chiefs in play. We had a 3rd Sahagin Chief in hand. I probably personally might have pitched that just going for a different line. Maybe pitch that 1-drop monster still in hand to then potentially have the Thancred for next turn.
Cast the Thancred?
Yeah, commonly ignored, but we can just play Thancred sometimes off of the lightning CP.
Yeah, and that's still very effective.
Yeah. It's definitely a different line. Spaying the Leo can definitely hit a lot harder because we hit the Leo and we could get a Thancred for free, so could be a little bit better. Taking a point of damage.
Oh, there's Thancred.
Ooh, that definitely hurts our odds of hitting another Thancred.
Yeah. Yeah, I think I agree with your assessment there, keeping that Thancred, because I mean, if we look at Bradley's hand, the only a lot of his cards are lower value, right? Like he's already got a bunch of Leo spins. If we were to go all out, what's the difference between like 5 and 6 Leo spins, right? Very minimal. So in those kind of cases, we want to try and get the most use out of our cards. Now, again, even the Thancred's kind of on the smaller end of the scale, right? But we still want to see, like, if worst scenario happens, what are we gonna do? Then we might not be Sahagin Chiefing our forward.
This is
theirs.
This is a fantastic draw, I'd say, for Bradley. Being able to potentially, if I'm Bradley, I'm thinking we're gonna knock out this Porum, get in there for some damage, then we can Sahagin Chief the Leo and the Ash back. Hold on to the Ash for later, but go ahead, get our respin on Leo, maybe set up for a more devastating board, but also apply 2 points of damage and get this Porum out of the way. I would be pretty. That sounds like a pretty ideal turn for me.
Yeah, we have the Quidov for the Porum if we want it. And I'm curious if no, we're not going to do that. Okay, we're going to play Ash. Now it's not going to. It could matter if Creon wanted.
He can actually just play out all his monsters to have Realm start bouncing stuff too. That would be funny.
Yeah, that's true too.
Commonly forgot text on Realm.
In this case, the Porum is too small, but don't forget that the Spiritus is able to plus 5k onto the forwards for a crystal, and Creon has 2 crystals, so that was an option, but obviously Ash still would have took it down. So
yeah. And like this for Creon, some deck thinning before we take our point of damage here. We're gonna go ahead, activate that Sid 2, get the card out of the deck. 1 closer to an EX. Oh, and we're gonna cycle as well. Maybe see if we can draw something that impacts it. Nope. Point of damage come across. Oh, Glaciella. That is an unfortunate hit for Creon. Obviously a very good card. Being able to respond to the Sahagin Chiefs just for the cost of Water Card and Crystal to potentially remove something when Creon's going to be sitting here bouncing his own stuff over and over. And opted for the Sahagin from hand for the redraw, and he does hit a Thancred here. Also a Shadow Lord. Lena's an option too, but goodness, yeah, it's quite a few different options.
Thancred Sephiroth?
I was just about to say, I think we have a Thancred Sephiroth here. Seems pretty powerful. Shadow Lord discarding 1 card, that's okay. 2 bodies off of Thancred. Oh, are we opting? We opted for the Fiend. Okay. Interesting.
Okay, summons that
Creon has. Yeah.
The Atomos and Alexander's are probably the big ones.
Fat Chocobo is a pretty interesting one. I mean, it doesn't devastate Brad's board, but it is interesting that he has the Fiend now, so that's a little less likely. One of the things I don't love about the Fiend, just in general, as we were talking about cards, is it does kind of give a little bit of a false sense of protection, where it's like Creon could have a 0 CP Alexander or something, and then Fat Chocobo, still Porum, very easily, right?
Yeah, they were pointing at the Realm because there's 5 monsters in play, but the Porum at the beginning of the turn blanked the Realm, so there's no bounce. Yeah, I kind of agree. It could be a false sense of security. Not granted in this board state, I think, even if a board wipe happened, I think Bradley's still favored.
Yep.
But yeah, players playing the Fiend do need to be aware of that. Like, it's not a huge failsafe.
It doesn't stop. It's not Gerald Leo. It does not stop all summons, but
yeah. So something very minor here is Bradley played Sahagin Chief after playing Leo again. He could have had a 3rd Sahagin Chief at 3 counters. I don't think that's going to make a difference this game.
Yeah, I don't see any world where it ends up mattering due to the fact that he already has 2 Chiefs with 3 counters on them. Yeah. But yeah, no, absolutely. Technically could have gotten an extra card on that, but wanted to wait around, see if he could get a little bit more information before he made the decision to plunge with the Chief in.
Yeah, and I don't mind that, because there's a chance that this was just a big respin turn. Like what if he didn't hit the Thancred? What if the only forward good card in the top 5 cards was like a Blue Mage or Quattro Queen? Then you just get Sahagin back.
We're definitely respinning.
Yeah, so I don't mind it.
All right, so this is interesting. Aggressive attack from Creon here. I think if I'm Bradley, I'm blocking with Ash, and then if he does anything, I think I just bounce my Ash and Leo back to hand.
So again, he has the Spiritus, so he does just threaten the +5, but
yeah,
that still might just be okay.
Yeah,
it's interesting.
A little bit. Yeah, definitely Creon, between either the +5 or Sarah's ability is, he can create a lot of power. He really just needs some forwards out here to do something. Now with a Quadav in play though, to be able to just kind of remove stuff in play, I don't feel great if I'm Creon. He's definitely gained a lot of value from his backups, but Bradley put in play, what, 12 CP worth of stuff for free off of Leo so far, and it's only going to get higher.
Yes, and something to point out too. Now the game could have been way different. It would have been way different, but this all kind of comes back to the turn that he played Realm, that Bradley played Realm, right? Like if an Atomos happened at that time, none of this Leo shenanigans would have happened.
Yeah.
Now, granted, there are a lot of 5 CP cards in Bradley's deck.
Yeah, there were no Thordens showing yet. He could have just had a Thorden to, play out there. And
so there were
playing a Atomos on just a Realm feels pretty bad.
Yeah, not to mention, so that means that Bradley would have paid 5 CP for, I think at that time Creon would have had to discard for the Atomos. So 5 CP, your opponent discards 2, and you get 2 monsters. So that's still really good value.
Yeah, it's one of those things with perfect knowledge, knowing that it would stop Bradley from being able to get Leo up and running. I think it seems like a great play, but without that knowledge for sure, it's one of those things that could just be a little dicey. Well, looks like we're just opting for popping Sahagin Chief, and we're just going in. We're just finishing this game off.
Mm-hmm.
Don't think there are any bursts here that can really stop the game. And that is going to end up round 1. Or game 1 of top 16 here. Bradley versus Creon. Bradley taking it down.
See what bursts are. Kuchelin and Alexander, 2CB Alexander are the only bursts. So nothing,
nothing really going to impact combat there.
Right.
Unless, Kuchelin draws them into a card that can then Atomos. And would pretty much have to go at the Fiend. So I guess that could be it, but both of those cards being one-ofs, I don't think anything's changing there.
Yeah.
And honestly, I do think this is kind of how we expected this match to play out. I do think Creon's fighting a little bit of an uphill battle here. I wonder if he'll change his strategy as he goes to game 2. If I'm Creon, like you mentioned, I would try to think about trying to keep my opponent off the Leo numbers, whenever possible. So maybe if we can more aggressively fire off, a Tomos or something like that. But I also think I just want to jam out forwards almost. Like it does make it a little bit more difficult with Quadavs in your opponent's deck, but you kind of almost have to make Bradley have them, right?
Yeah. So the way I look at this is just in general, I think it's a bad matchup for Creon. And this is basically why. If both players, this is good. Well, I'm curious if he had no backups. I think he had no backups, which means, we're going in. But
the funny thing is, this might be more impactful. Yeah.
Yes. Yeah. This is what Creon wants. I don't know.
Double haste. Oh, and there goes a Quadav as well. Okay. So, 2 removal spells down. Yeah.
When both decks play the way they want to play, which I would argue that Creon kind of did, he stumbled a little bit, but he had backups, right? He had Sid 2. He had what he wanted, generally. So both players got to do what they wanted to do, and one player lost. So basically, the player that lost, if it was pretty convincing, which I would argue it was, then they must want to do something different, right? And approach the matchup in a different manner, which means that, if you're not doing your plan A, it's most likely not a good matchup for you. Like at least less than 50%, right? It's not 50-50. Which means, what you built your deck around and what you built your deck for, throw that out the window and find a different strategy with the 50 cards you have, right? Like you need to go back to the drawing board, but we're in the middle of a game, so it's you got to think on the fly. I don't know how often Creon has played against Leo before, or if he's seen it very often. I'm not sure, but this is the kind of strategy where you can't give them time, and this might be a miracle, mulligan into no backup scenario, because this is, in my opinion, like the best plan against a Leo strategy is just jam and get in there.
Yeah, and very interesting, whether this was Creon's goal with his hand or not. It's now his current game plan. If it does work, that may impact our mulligan for game 3, trying to hit
exactly
a similar hand. And an EX burst definitely going to help the Leo deck a lot here. There's not a ton of bursts in the deck, but there is a reasonable number. Also, interesting thing to point out here, the Shinryu going to damage. I actually find that very interesting because, Creon's not played a third forward yet, and knowing that Shinryu, remembering Shinryu is in the deck, may potentially impact whether he wants to play that third forward, but he's going to go ahead and jam it out. Yep. Cecil
like
in play.
I think he would have played the forward anyways, and then he saw the Shinryu, and then he's like, wait, that's a card. I think that's what went through his head. But I still like it. It's one of those things of, if you got it, you got it. It's obviously less likely now because the damage happened. But again, that was Creon's second turn, and Bradley's at turn or damage 4. So he's about to have a turn 3 win if Bradley doesn't do anything. Bradley can't set up anymore.
Yep, and that's exactly what you want to do with these Leo decks. Yeah, if Bradley was playing his normal game, he'd just be so happy right now. He'd be playing that Sarah and then getting a Gordon and playing it out. And interestingly enough, this is the line we're still kind of going after. I don't know what else Bradley's gonna follow this up with. Obviously we can't just play Gordon and pass. Well, that leaves us dead. So it'll be interesting to see what forward or option he goes for here.
There's a chance he plays the Gordon, and then if he whiffs on like an Ash or something,
I think it's gonna be the Luna Freya. Yeah.
But that's still kind of scary. Like, are there 2 Veneras in this deck? No, there are 1.
It's just the 1. Yeah.
Okay, we're going with just Luna Freya. Okay. So in this scenario, Creon's going to put a forward in the break zone. Yeah, Edge.
So Edge goes away, but we can pull Edge back.
Yep, we can. And that's still another attacker. So if Creon... No, Charlotta's the only card that could do that. So Creon has a crystal.
We can pull Edge back immediately, though.
Yeah, and you get a crystal off of Cecil. Yeah, this is still lethal.
Yeah.
Because you get the crystal... Okay, that works too. Yes, this should work if Creon remembers that Edge can gain haste here. Yeah, I like attacking with the Venera first because the Bursted Ash is 6k.
Yeah, and there's no reason to summon the Edge before the final damage. So I love this by Creon.
Normally, Kuchulin's the only card I think I would think of, but in a Leo deck, there are no Kuchulins, so...
Ash being pretty much one of the only outs here, and because he attacked with the Viera first, he should be good to go. This should be lethal.
If he sees it, he does. Okay.
Yep. Pitched. Edge came out. Technically, we're getting that crystal right back. We're going to give it haste. Edge going to wrap that game up. Now, that was fantastic by Creon. This is exactly the kind of modification that we kind of, he needed to make for this game too. Now, can he do it for a game 3? Be interesting to see mulligans on Creon's side. If he looks at a hand with Sid 2 and all of his standard stuff, and he's like, no, I don't want this. I just want to get aggressive against this deck.
Yeah, so this is interesting because I wonder if Creon picked up on that game, right? Like obviously that was a turn 3 win. That was great for him. I'm curious if he originally thought that was a bad hand, right? A lot of people, I think, they'd be like, "Oh, I didn't mulligan into backups. This stinks, right? It's unfortunate." No, like that you won on turn 3. That's exactly what you want, right? Now there were some risks involved, right? Like if Bradley didn't have a Shinryu, didn't have a Lev 9, things like that, right? But I think that this is like a disadvantage matchup for Creon, and that's how he has to play for him to have the best odds of winning. And I'm not sure if he noticed that, but Bradley definitely did. You know, so I'm curious because we'll see if because I don't think I couldn't tell for the last couple discards there if he did draw back up or not, if Creon did. But we'll see if it's one of those situations of Creon played that way because of his hand, and if he'll be trying to force certain ways to play the game or not.
Yeah, this time we do have the Spiritus already in hand, so almost certainly we'll end up playing at least one backup on Creon's side. But he went 0 to 100 real hard that second game. However, still being pretty fast is good enough against Leo, so he doesn't have to full gas send it nonstop. But I love this by Creon. He is still gonna go ahead, jam out that turn 1 forward, gain his crystal, find a free backup. Free cards always good.
There's also a Spiritus, which gains a crystal.
Yep,
which
and there's
also
the crystal.
reveals.
Yeah. Okay. We know we have a Cecil on top.
Hey, Blue Cage 19, thanks for the love and support.
Indeed. And I'm sure, Chris Adams, we will have plenty of endless pasta and breadsticks for you at some point throughout the day. There's quite a bit of Category 6 in Top Cut, and I am sure we will find plenty more for you. We're going to be drowning in the marinara or the Fredo as the day goes on. Definitely be exciting to see what ends up making it out of this first top 16 bracket. It's interesting. Like, I don't believe any of the Category 6s are actually paired against each other. So there's a potential for like I think it's like 6. I think 6 Cat 6s could make it into top 8. That would be a very, very pasta heavy top cut.
I'm gonna, hot take here. Before we get back to the game here, I'm not a fan of the Yeti spaghetti, pasta disaster, all that. Spaghetti. I think it's kind of silly, but we're gonna have fun, right? It is what it is. But I'm calling it FF6. I'm always gonna call it FF6. I ain't gonna get no pasta involved. You know what I'm saying?
I enjoy me some carb loading, so. Always a big fan of some pasta. So Creon does have his 2 backups, giving Bradley being on the play game 3 definitely also for me a pretty big factor. Already at 3 backups before he's taken damage. This is a much better spot than he was at in the previous game. However, Creon's was saying, nah, I'm not gonna sleep on this at all, and we're gonna go ahead, get in for 3 points of damage. Combo this with a potential edge next turn,
Thornton,
and that could be lethal already. So this is Bradley... turn 2, still could be threatening a turn 3 lethal for next turn with a hasted edge off of Creon.
Yeah. But the burst of Thornton, so Bradley already has the Shinryu, but Creon now knows Shinryu,
tidal wave.
So when Bradley doesn't pick a Shinryu here, Bradley's gonna pick something else. Creon's probably gonna get a little glimmer of hope, right? Of maybe he
didn't get a Shinryu,
but he already has it. But I think the big difference.
Okay, actually, wait, one other thing.
Yeah.
Do we go ahead and get the Shinryu anyways? What if our opponent Atomoses with the Shinryu on the stack?
Well, does Creon have 2 cards? I think he only has 1.
Oh yeah, if he only has 1 card, it doesn't matter. But I think for safety purposes, you almost want to go ahead and get that second Shinryu just to make sure that we're not losing that. I mean, we're still gonna get the. Also, you do get to kind of kick the can down the road, right? There's no reason to not get it if your opponent already has one card in hand, because you can kick the can down the road and see, like, what if he were to draw a Thornton off of his next turn? Brad then have wanted to tutor the Thornton off this Thornton, right?
Yeah, I could see that too. Yep, there is only one card. So yeah, in this case, because it's one card, I think I like your line of play. If Creon had two cards, but with one card, I think I don't search for the second Shinryu. So,
I mean, we're definitely on a Shinryu line here, though.
Absolutely.
Opponents at one card, one backup. We have to buy some time.
I will say the difference between this game and the second game is, well, there's two differences. Bradley was on the play this game, and second difference is Creon didn't present two hasters on turn one.
Yeah.
That was huge. I mean, Bradley's still at 3 damage, and this is exactly where Creon wants to be. And it looks like to me that he identified it because he's discarded some backups to do his plays. So it does look like he understands where he needs to be now. But unfortunately, that Thornton burst and having the Shinryu, it's going to be a tough uphill climb from this point.
And it looks like he has a Waka in hand. Yeah,
Bradley wants
definitely
to. Bradley
rough
can
spot.
be greedy.
Yeah, and play out like the Waka and just pass.
Well, the issue here is the Spiritus again, right? +5. So if like we'd be chump blocking with the Spiritus on something. So and also Venera. Are you saying?
Yeah.
Oh, you're saying Waka first?
Oh yeah, I forget Tidal Wave is locked to your turn, so
it is. Yes.
Yeah, I definitely don't want to be passing without it, just because of the potential of so much danger coming across. Yeah, it looks like we're gonna go ahead and fire off that Tidal Wave. We get to keep the Thornton in hand, and that's it. But that is good enough.
Yeah, I like this play from Bradley. So his last card's Thornton. Both players should know it's Thornton, but at the absolute worst case scenario, you can Thornton for Ash, right, on your next turn, and that's another removal spell.
If he needs to. If he doesn't, he can Thornton for a Realm or a 1-drop backup, and then he's ready to go for a Leo.
Exactly.
And if he draws any of those, he just Thorntons for the other one.
Oh, Luna Freya is the best card here.
I love this, actually. So I'm thinking, we
just jam it.
Yep.
That.
Yeah, and you see Creon's face of just, that hurts. That just a wince in pain of, that is not what I wanted to see there. Creon, of course, playing off the top of his deck. This is going to give Brad a lot of time here. It looks like he drew 2 backups as well, so one being a Sid 2 and something else. So Brad will be able to, apply a little bit of pressure here, but I think the bigger thing is he's gonna go ahead and get ready for that Leo turn. He has Realm now, so the 1-drop, the 5-drop's covered. He just needs to go get a Leo. So I imagine this Thornton's coming out and tutoring the Leo.
Yes, I think so too. If it's not Leo, then we're just something to win the game with, right? Like I'm removing.
Yeah, if we want to just be really aggressive. I mean, there is a world where, right, like we Thornton pitch the Realm, go get an ice card, and then we warp our Theodore.
Yeah, there is a world of that. Yeah, like we don't have to be on a Leo plan anymore.
Get ready to hard play Theodore the next turn. Get an ice card to hard play Theodore.
There's a lot of avenues here to win. I mean, you could have even Thornton for the 3rd Shinryu, right? Like, you can't do it on their turn, but still, like,
just knowing that I have a Tidal Wave in hand, it's gonna be really hard for Creon to get through that.
Yeah, there's a lot going on here, and we're not even playing the Leo angle, so this is. I still think Creon played it right. I don't think he made any mistakes this game. It just. The Thornton burst plus the Shinryu is probably what ended him there. So
yeah, absolutely.
I still think he did everything right. I just think it's not the best matchup for him.
Yeah, I think he almost needed to have like the opening hand of like Edge Vieira again.
Yes. Now Vieira is a 1/1 or a 1/1, a one of.
Yes.
So it's gonna be a little bit difficult for him to see.
Yeah, and Edge is only a 2 of in this list as well. So, not like he had, you know, copious quantities of those guys.
It's the Hagen Chief. That is go mode here. I mean, not for Leo, but I mean, you can have a Leo turn if you want it. But I see that Chief, and I'm like, I'm gonna do anything.
I'm just gonna
get away with
bounce.
it.
Yeah, I'm just gonna bounce your board. Yeah.
We can do.
I think Realm's coming out here. Gonna gain some counters on this Chief and
get another Chief.
Yep.
So we're gonna have a Chief at 3 counters and a Chief at 1 counter. You can get any 1-drop here, and then play the Leo.
I think Blue Goo possibly coming out and Chief. Oh no, Blue Goo or Kadab.
I don't see the Blue Goo. Did he discard it early again?
No, I see the Blue Goo in the deck. I didn't see that Mantoise. But yep. So here are the counters for the Chiefs coming out. And those Chiefs, you know, on just the early counters, can't bounce your opponent's stuff. But once it has 3 counters, you can bounce any forward in play. You know, just adds a lot of security for Brad. Essentially saying, I'm not going to get cheesed out by anything here.
I don't think there are 12 cards in Bradley's break zone.
No, but there is a Thancred there.
Yeah.
And that's quite a few forwards in play.
Well, there might be 12 cards, but I don't think there are 12 water cards. There's a demon in the break zone.
He could Thancred Theodore. He can Thancred Theodore here.
Yeah, and he should.
Exact number. And it looks like that's the play. I'd be excited for this. Yes, we love seeing Big Boy coming out.
So, I have to say, the Chiefs should both have gotten 2 counters here. The Leo.
Yeah, so the first one will have 3. The second one will have 2.
No, it should be 5 and 3. But
no, I stopped counting after 3.
It shouldn't matter either because there's enough lethal attackers here.
Yep. Oh no, the
we
Leo
just played
came
the Leo.
In.
Yep.
Realm.
We just played the Realm. We just played the Realm. Oh, so there isn't enough lethal attackers, so it does technically matter.
Yes. Oof. That being said, this board's looking a little dicey if I'm Creon.
Yeah. We could respin Leo if we wanted to, but yeah, we just chill. This game.
Yeah.
I don't think
wait till combat bounce that Leo. Looks like Creon's smiling. He knows he's dead.
Yep.
There goes the fist bump, and that will end round 1 of top 16. Bradley taking it down with Leo and friends.
Oh yeah. You love to see it. I'm a big Leo fan. Creon, his deck was like very unique, very cool. I've heard. I was curious. So when we heard about this deck from Creon yesterday, so we had some people at Epic Gaming mentioning to us that there's a Water Wind Crystal deck that made day 2, and do you know what the first thing I thought of was? I forget his name, but it's the poison counter Wind FFBE guy.
Oh my gosh, Karasu or something?
I'm gonna look it up.
That guy? I know exactly who you're talking about, but I
thought
he's a 2-drop Wind.
Yes, and I was sitting here like, if Creon's playing that card, oh, that hype, right? It's like I wonder how he's making it work. Gargus, okay.
Yeah.
So that's what went through my mind.
The forward's opponent controls lose 2k for each poison counter on them at the beginning of the attack phase. Choose 1 forward, and then choose 2 forwards, place 3 poison counters on it. But it's FFBE, so you can combo this with Glaciella, be able to, you know, really just hose entire boards.
Yeah, so I thought that's what we were going to be seeing, is something like that. And then Creon brought something totally different. We still have the crystal package, but it was more FF4 oriented, and I actually think what he brought was better than what I originally thought was going to happen. Because the new Cecil adds a lot to the strategy. Edge works with crystals and his FF4 and his haste. Edge is really good in this kind of strategy. Porum is FF4. So we didn't see the 3CP Lina to resurrect things, but that goes really well with his deck because he has a lot of 3s and 2s in his deck. So I like what he brought to the table here. Like I said, I think unfortunately this is probably one of the worst matchups for him in the top cut. I'm curious how he did in Swiss, what his losses were in Swiss.
Yeah, I could see the crystals doing pretty okay against the category 6 due to the fact that, most of their removal, or, usually all of their removal is ability based, and Cecil gets to ignore abilities pretty well. We saw him generate a very healthy amount of crystals every game, and he was also able to win and threaten combat pretty much the whole game off of the back of Spiritus. The only thing he wasn't able to do is really keep up with Bradley playing, 7 and 9 drops for free off of Leo, which is pretty understandable. So I like Creon's list. It's definitely just not the matchup for it.
All right. I don't know if we'll get a backup match, but if we have the opportunity to move someone over, I'll let you guys know. But until then, I'm not quite sure. We're not going to interrupt the players' match. Obviously, in the middle of the game, that's too much of a hassle. But I don't know if we'll have access to move somebody over between games. But if we are, then we'll definitely announce it and let you guys know.
Absolutely. Thanks for hanging out with us here.
All right, looks like we got about 10 minutes left in the round, and we have a lot of results so far. Looks like we got Michael Powell on Mono Wind, winning it over Alec McGee on FF6. So we have a Mono Wind advancing the top 8. We got Todd on FF6 advancing the top 8. Looks like he defeated, I believe this was Turks. Yes, Turks. Sam Prime is on, I believe it was like a Earth Water
Cecil crystals, kind of.
Yes.
Actually, I guess it's just more Cecil.deck.
Yeah, there's
not really too much crystals. Only one of the crystal Cecils.
Taking it over FF13 Scions. And then we see Bradley winning against Creon on, so Leo advances as well. And Devin. So Alex early, I think, was
Mono Lightning?
Earth Lightning.
Oh, he was Earth Lightning Scions, yeah.
So Devin is on. Trying to find him real quick.
6. He's on
6.
Tricolor 6. Yep.
Tricolor 6. So our top 8 so far is Mono Wind, FF6, Tricolor FF6, Leo, and Cecil deck.
Yep.
And then I do know
pretty interesting
that the bottom right match is Mono Lightning versus Nagisa, I believe.
Yep.
And then top right match is FF6 versus Turks. That happened twice, actually, huh? It's kind of crazy. the top bracket was both is FF6 versus Turks.
6 versus Turks,
right.
6 versus Turks. Well,
Yeah.
And Todd won, so we'll see if Carlos also wins, being the 6 triumphing over Turks twice in the same bracket. That would be interesting.
Yeah, that would.
And then they get to have their grudge match of 6 versus 6.
And then Josh versus Brian. Josh, I think, is on 13, but I'll double check. It is
yeah. Josh is on 13 versus Mono Earth.
Versus Mono Earth, yeah. Josh opted to not do the Scion package. Obviously, he still plays Y'shtola, and I see an Estinian, but there's no.
Yeah, just the one Estinian though.
Stuff. Yeah, I think that's the only new card. That's the only new card that's in Josh's deck. No, there's Ramu also. Ramu and Estinian.
So going over these matches, first one you mentioned, Mike Powell versus Alex McGee. Mike Powell, we didn't talk too much about this. One of the only Mono Wind gamers in the room. We did have it up on our chart. I love Mono Wind. Obviously, I played Ice Wind in Texas. Love that deck. Always really fun. Mono Wind, very similar. A little bit more streamlined now with those free backups. How do you think it shakes out against 6? Do you think Mike got a little lucky here, or if that is actually one of those matchups he's kind of looking for?
So we kind of went over this yesterday with the Leo deck, where in the sense of one player is the aggressor, one's a control player. Michael's gonna always be the control player. You're not gonna aggro with Wind. So the speed and the pace of the game is dictated based on what Alec does for the game. If the game goes slower, I think that favors Mike. I think if it goes faster, then that favors Alec. But I think that all depends on whether or not Alec has that kind of aggressive start or that aggressive hand. So but at the same time, I'm gonna go look at Mike's list right now. I'm very curious how many cards in his deck are good against like anti-aggro. Okay, I see 3 Dryads and 1 Fat Chocobo. So,
and Fat Chocobo, yep.
I don't see Goddess, which means he's probably opting for speed more than card advantage in that case. So yeah,
3 Typhons still though.
Yeah, 3 Typhons. So we do have a lot of removal. So I wonder if it was one of those. And here's the thing too with Alec. I'm gonna look at Alec's list. A lot of these FF6 decks, they don't have summons, right? So
once Mike goes off with his setup turn and storms off, I don't know if there's very much that Alec can do to interact with the combo. So yeah, 0 summons. So
so this really allows
Sabaness?
Mike to just kind of have a field day with whatever he decides to actually do on his turn.
Yeah, I think Sabaness is the only interaction with your opponent's turn.
Yep. And that can, that can almost end up being a double-edged sword with, your opponent having a chocobo in hand or something. You go to remove something, and then all of a sudden, it's just right back out. No Althea, though. As he mentions with the deck list name, no Althea run. Yeah, it's unfortunate.
Mono Lightning. Oh, we have 7 of our top 8.
Oh,
Mono Lightning taking over Megisa, so.
Mike's and Cat 6 took
Cat
it
6
over.
Yeah.
Yep. So both Cat 6s took it down over the Ice Lightning. Very interesting to see.
General Leo was in the deck of Alec, but Michael seemed to have still prevailed. So, kind of interesting. All right, we have our top 8. There we go. So we have 3 FF6. Is Josh on? Yeah, 3 FF6. We have an FF13. We have
Mono Lightning,
Mono Lightning, Mono Wind.
Mono Wind.
Wait,
Leo,
and
the Cecil Cat 4. Yep. So it was pretty interesting. Interesting to see that 3 of the Cat 6s did make it. So, just double checking. I'm pretty sure it was a half. Maybe there were only 5. 1, 2, 3, 4.
I think there was 4.
Oh, was there only 4?
Yep,
and that means 3 out of 4 of those Cat 6 did make it to the top cut. Yeah, I think I was counting Megisa into the list when I was just looking at like colors on like the pie chart. It is both fire and ice with that X star, but
yeah, and it looks like one's gonna advance the top 4 as well because there's gonna be a mirror match going on.
Yeah.
So
an interesting thing to talk about here is so Sam Prime just did play against Category 13. Looks like he'll have another match there, maybe favored for him. So that's looking pretty good. Definitely don't want to count anything before it happens, but
yeah, that's interesting. And I also think I want to go look at Adam's list. Okay, Adam did play the Scions. So there's going to be a little bit of a difference, but I wonder, I don't know the answer to this, but
yeah, I think we may be able to get Mono Wind versus Mono Lightning on stream here for this next match. That would be Jared Scott Walters versus Michael Powell. I'm going to see if we can get those players on stream. And then, like we mentioned, Cat 6 mirror match, Leo versus Cat 6, and then Cecil versus FF13.
So it's an interesting point you bring up with Sam playing against 2 FF13 decks. So one has the Scions a little bit, not too much into the Scion package, but has Alisei and Moish Tolos and stuff like that, right?
Yeah.
I don't personally know which build's better, right? With or without Scions. I will say with Scions, it does technically make it, more inconsistent. But I do think that even though it's more inconsistent and technically probably slower, it could be faster, but it's one of those things of you can rebuild probably a little bit better with the Scion package, and the Earth matchups are probably what you want the Scion stuff for. So it's interesting because Adam had the Scion stuff and Josh won't. So Josh will be faster, but Josh will also like not have that rebuild plan. So we'll see how much of a difference that makes.
Yeah, absolutely.
And then Leo versus FF6. I'm under the assumption that Bradley played against a bunch of FF6 yesterday. We did see Bradley lose to Carlos on stream. I think that was the matchup yesterday.
Yes.
And that was a loss in FF6 deck. But I also think that I don't think Bradley would have brought Leo if he didn't think that he had a good matchup against FF6, right? So that makes me lead to believe that Bradley's probably favored in that kind of a matchup. But who knows? I mean, anything can happen. And then something else I wanted to point out too. So there was 4 FF6 decks in top 16. Only one of them lost, and it lost to Mono Wind. I don't think I would have,
pegged to that for being where they end up losing.
Yeah, that's kind of interesting. What do you think?
Yeah, no. If I was to pick where Category 6 is going to be losing, I would imagine Sam Prime's list would be one of the ideal ones. Bradley, I think, will be in a rough spot. We saw plenty of the Mono Lightning versus Cat 6 or Ice Lightning versus Cat 6. I don't think it's a slam dunk there, but I do think there's definitely some favor. But yeah, no, I'm very excited to watch the Mono Wind work here, because if it's able to get ahead of the Cat 6 or reclaim the board from Cat 6 and just be able to apply that pressure, I'd be really excited to see what it can do against Mono Lightning, which is a pretty similar deck. I don't think Mono Lightning can rebuild quite as well, but I think one of the things that'll actually maybe make it more difficult for Mike is actually the amount of haste that Jared has access to, rather than the Cat 6. Usually Cat 6 can put out 1-2 hasters every now and then. The new Celeste adds a little bit of stuff, and Interceptor is helpful. But half of Jared's cards already say haste on it, and that's pretty relevant in the matchup. So I will definitely be excited to see how Powell can actually deal with the aggression.
Yeah, I'm curious as well, because there are draws that Jared will have that aren't aggressive. So I'm curious how that's going to go. I do think that, like I said with Mike's previous match, I think with like almost every match except for Leo, like if somehow Mike and Bradley meet in the finals here, and it's Leo versus Wind, 2 very slow decks, it's gonna be like, okay, I don't know who's gonna be the aggressor, right? I have no idea. But in this
one thing I will say for sure, if that ends up happening, I think Zidane's gonna be one of the menaces of that match.
Yeah, deck out might be the real thing in that kind of scenario.
Absolutely.
But like, I think in almost every scenario here for Mike, he's always going to be the control player. He's always going to sit back and do as much setup as he possibly can, as much as his opponent allows him to set up. So I think that's the same thing with this matchup against Mono Lightning. And for example, what if Jared goes turn 1 Alice into Graha, or some Alice into Ishtola, and then play some backups or whatever? Mike still has to answer those forwards. So,
all right, and we do see Mike Powell on a Final Fantasy shirt, but looks like Jared still on another hockey jersey. I'm not quite sure what we got. Oh, it looks like he's got Zelda jersey going on. I see Navi on the shoulder and Link right in front and center.
So I don't know Jared Walters very well, but I go to a lot of these events, and my man wears a jersey to every one of these events, man. I wonder how many he has in his closet.
Yeah, I mean, I would imagine when you see these two back to back, you used to open up the entire closet. It probably has its own section of hockey jerseys.
What if he was on a team of people with all these jerseys too? what if we had like 20 jerseys and all of them 10 different people, or what if 10 different people or whatever. I don't know how many. Forgive me, I don't know how many people are on a hockey team, but like how many plays at a time, I don't know. I'm not too into hockey.
Five on a team are in play at any given time. Usually,
is it 5?
Okay. Runs, yeah.
But just imagine like Jared having 10 different friends.
Technically 6
also,
with the goalie.
That also have all the jerseys, right? Like imagine all of his friends also have all the jerseys he has.
God.
that'd be kind of cool.
That amount of jerseys. See, the nice thing about hockey jerseys is they're fairly breathable, and they're nice and stretchy, and kind of they're large, so you can get some good exercise in on them. He's geared up. He's ready to go for today.
Oh yeah.
And we see players looking over the list. Powell there on the bottom left, and Jared on the top right. Powell probably calculating all of the forwards that have haste specifically on his opponent's deck list.
I think the two things are haste and EX burst
that
I would worry about. Honestly, the EX burst don't matter too much, but they will matter because eventually Powell does have to win. So he will have to.
And as he named the list, 19 EX burst in Jared's list. That's a lot to consider.
Yeah, exactly.
All right. Players looking like they're getting ready to go here. I believe Jared has higher seed, so he will have option of play draw. I believe both players would want to take the play here.
Yes, I think both players for the first turn. I mean, Jared has the option to LSA turn 1, but I think both players would prefer to set up if possible on turn 1. So.
And it looks like both players opting for a mulligan. Right, and do you see at least a, looks like that Shinra member backup there for Jared. I imagine Reeve coming out.
Did you see President or
no? Just Reeve. Oh, so this is interesting. So I mentioned looking for a backup. Jared says no. We're against mono wind. I know that my opponent's gonna need time to develop. I'm going to go ahead, apply a pressure as soon as possible. I'll say Y'shtola, go ahead and get 1 point in and put out 2 forwards. This is a very, very good line from Jared. I really like it. Just being able to try to pressure. Mono Wind really does not function until it gets some backups out. So Powell pretty much forced into playing backups here.
And this is what I was trying to point out pregame was, and here's the thing too. I'm curious again. Did Jared draw any backups? Right, we don't know.
I'm almost 100% certain I saw a Reeve in hand. So if he had Reeve, and opted to not, he knows exactly what he's doing. He's opting out of, no, I don't need a setup. I need to kill you.
Yes, exactly. So that's good. That he knows the position, he knows the matchup, and I think that's a big percentage boost on his side for winning the game if he knows that kind of scenario.
Yeah, absolutely. Now on Powell's side, one thing that could potentially help him now being at damage 3, if he can start to stabilize again, Atomo's out, that can rack up a lot of value in CP very quickly, but he really needs the time. And Jared, I think his play here is going to kind of set the tone. Okay, so just plays out a backup and passes. Interesting.
Yeah,
so he did pitch another backup.
Yeah, so that makes me think that he either has light cards in his hand, or he values, the aggression way more than the setup. So I wonder if maybe he has another Alisei in his hand, maybe he has another Y'shtola, maybe he has Shinryu. He has forwards most likely in his hand, or he has a way to interact. I think he is definitely okay with just playing on exactly one backup because he has a lot of odd costed cards.
Yep, and here comes the Typhon from Powell. Probably you'll see a second play. I do see a Rosa in hand, so he may want to opt to try to hold some stuff back to try to get Rosa turn next turn. Looks like he's gonna go ahead and opt for the Chocolat now. And then I would imagine if I'm Powell, I'm planning to try to get a Rosa turn going next turn.
Something Powell could have also done, I don't know if he had access to a third backup, but there's a chance that if he had a third backup, he might have just played it, just so he could block. And also...
With the Typhon, yeah.
Yeah, he would have... Oh, that's a good burst here.
EX.
Chocobo.
Yeah, only 6 EXs in the deck, but each one is very, very relevant for Powell, as he will be looking for like a critical mass to be able to, storm off with a Rosa turn.
But yeah, being on 3 backups, not only can you block with the Typhon, I did notice he had a Lulu in his hand. So yes, he would have had to forego the Rosa turn, but being able to Lulu, and then I know he discarded a Chocobo summon, so
okay,
Lulu, Chocobo,
so this is really interesting. Jared just passing. I gotta wonder what all he's got going on in hand. With just the one forward, not even warping, not doing anything else. Is a little interesting.
Yeah, this for me sets off alarm bells of I think he has a clunky hand. So I think he has multiple Aliseis. I feel like if he had Shinryu at all, he probably would have played it. So it makes me wonder, does he have summons? I think he has either multiple Aliseis or multiple summons, or cards he doesn't want to play. Like maybe he drew a Diaz, and that's kind of an awkward situation right now. Okay,
and Powell he played Stiltskin. I think we may see a Rosa coming out here and then a follow-up. He could just play out the Evray, tick it up for some counters. The interesting way. Yep, here comes the Rosa. Definitely going to come for a third cast this turn. At bare minimum, it's going to be the Evray. Gonna be Zidane pitching the Evray. Very interesting. So Rosa going to untap all his backups here, steal I
think it's President Shinra,
backup. Yep. I think he has a Lulu as his last card, so that makes sense why he would pitch the Evray. Obviously, Evray very high value, but Lulu maybe even slightly higher value here. Now that he does have 3 backups, yeah. Now that he does have 3 backups online, So Lulu gonna buy something back, but since he has 3 backups online, he can block with Typhon going forward, and he's gonna opt to leave his other 2 forwards back. If I'm Powell, I'm debating attacking with. Oh wait, no, we played Rosa this turn.
Typhon?
Yeah, I think I just wait. Yeah.
So here's my concern at this point. Shinryu. If Jared has the Shinryu here, I think he is massively ahead. If he doesn't, I think he is massively behind.
God, a Shinryu is devastating. Yeah.
Based on last turn, I would put him not on the Shinryu because I feel like he probably would have played it. I don't like Jared last turn basically skipped his turn, right? He drew 2 cards, attacked, didn't do anything. So I feel like he didn't have it.
Yeah, considering we're playing out a Y'shtola here, definitely doesn't have it.
Right.
So now, if you have Y'shtola, where do you go? If he goes for Rosa, Powell can discard a card to save the Rosa. which we know is a Chocobo, which is pretty good value. But he goes for the Rosa and lets it go. Interesting. This is very interesting.
I think I like that play. It's pretty disciplined, right? But I think I like the play just because if push comes to shove and you're getting aggroed out, the Chocobo and the Typhon is just extremely valuable.
Mm-hmm.
I don't think we're getting to cast 5 anytime soon.
Yeah, I think
with
Jared
Rosa.
was at a okay enough spot to say, yeah, I'm okay if you pitch the Chocobo or you lose the Rosa. Either way, I'm pretty happy.
Yeah. But I think because Mike is at 4 damage, he'd probably opt for the more defensive play, which
it definitely does not have a Shinryu in hand though, so that Shinryu would have been absolutely devastating last turn. Opting to play the Y'shtola. Now, is he going to take a damage? He is. Okay. Interesting.
I actually like this.
So we're going to go ahead. We're going to watch the Mono Wind gamer become a little bit more of an aggressor here.
So another thing that could be very bad for Mike here is an
EX
special.
Oh.
An EX would be a bad thing too, right? But an Y'shtola special would possibly it's what it looks like.
Well, now
which would
a Y'shtola special still won't kill the other Y'shtola though.
It won't, but it will remove everything else that Mike has.
Yeah. And now
being at
Mike will
5
have to
damage,
decide. Oh, he does have Chocobo in hand. He can save something.
Does.
This will be his second cast. He's going to save the Typhon.
Okay, those will die. But the Y'shtola is still going to kill the Y'shtola. I mean, unless we're not attacking, but I think we just have to attack, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. And now I think we're in desperation mode for Mike, and I would play this Typhon. It feels very bad, but we have to be living at this point. It's very scary. If he's passing, okay.
Ooh.
This is scary.
Yes, it is. I'm on pins and needles if I'm Mike. I'm feeling his sweat here.
So he's going for maximum EV here, right? He's going for I don't think that Jared can win the game this turn. That's basically his logic. And
I mean, Jared's displayed a pretty clunky hand so far, but
that's a way to win. But we need to give Hyo haste.
I mean, it only cost 1 CP for that.
Wait.
First.
Okay, draw a card. But he can respond and make it 7k. Okay. Wait, he doesn't do it.
What? He's going.
Oh my goodness.
Why did we not make it a 7k?
Yeah, so there was 2 things that Jared could have done there. He could have made Hyo a 7k first and attacked with it first, right? And then Alisei would live. Or he could have responded to Y'shtola's trigger and made it a 7k.
I'm very confused as to what happened there.
Does Jared have 3 Shinryus in his hand?
There's no. If that did happen, then I mean he should have had a Shinryu back when Mike had a ton of stuff in play.
Crazy. I maybe
I'm
Jared missed
confused.
it. I'm not sure. Yeah.
There's no way he missed his own Hyo doing that. Maybe he did have the Shinryu. I'm not 100% sure though. Powell's still in a really dicey spot. Definitely bought himself a little bit of time, but
I wonder. So I still think Jared is dramatically favored here, right? At any time, if the Fire Lightning Y'shtola comes out, Mike's at 6 damage. He better have a Dryad for it.
And we're attacking with the Y'shtola.
Okay.
It's not enough damage to finish this off. I don't know if Mike has anything.
Yeah, that's what I'm thinking, TCG Titans. I wonder if Jared's mind, like his mindset, was he bursted in Alexander. and maybe he thought the EX like was the Eastola effect kind of. You know
Oh,
what I mean? Like,
a Bismarck.
finish
Well,
off.
there's that
60K.
extra damage to be able to finish off.
Okay.
And do we
Interesting.
Bismarck bounce the Luso?
Yes.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
Okay.
Because Shinryu is still backbreaking here.
Yeah. No, I was worried we were passing already, but no, we went ahead, got the Luso back.
Wow, what an interesting game so far. This is crazy.
But I really want to know what's going on in Jared's hand.
Yeah.
It's been a very, very interesting lines.
I will say, by the way he's playing though, is I do think Jared understands his role in this matchup. I do
Agree.
think that
Yeah.
he understands he's the person, like he played 2 forwards on turn 1. That's exactly what he wants to do. Because his deck is capable of setting up, just, you know, getting to 5 backups, that kind of a thing. You know, yes, when he pushes and shoves, his cards like a Dia and stuff like that, where it requires backups, those get worse. But Dia's not that good in this matchup, anyways. So I'm a big fan of him jamming his forwards out like that, because for Mike to answer, it's going to cost him a lot of resources, and when he's using his resources, that means he's not setting up.
Yeah, but I do think this is a very pivotal turn for Jared. If he does not, you know, kind of sink his teeth into Mike this turn, Mike untapping with Bismarck at Tomos, that is where win decks want to be. He will have kind of the world as fingertips.
Yeah. Okay, so this
but
is...
there's a lot of stuff Jared could do here. So if
there a Fire
pitches
Lightning
to,
Eastola?
gets Alisei, yeah, Y'shtola.
Fire Lightning Y'shtola wins the game. If there's no Dryad.
Or
Because you are allowed to
Fina
get
could work too. I don't know. Oh, he doesn't have 4 backups yet.
right. Like
From
he is
Powell.
allowed to get a 3-drop here by discarding 2. That is allowed. You are allowed to do that.
Yep.
I can't quite
Can't
tell.
actually see the glare.
I think it's an Alisei.
I mean, that still gets back at Y'shtola. I don't know if he has a Fire Lightning in the break already. Yeah, it is an Alisei.
Okay.
No, it doesn't have the Fire Lightning, but has the Mono Lightning. Looks like we're going to target Bismarck here, probably.
So we're gonna have one attacker.
Yep. Y'shtola, go ahead, take some damage. And this will clean up the Atomos as well, because if
We have to block.
yeah, if Powell wants to not lose, he has to block.
All right. This is scary stuff for Mike. Even a card like Fat Chocobo isn't good enough here because Grahatia will live. So we'll see what he
Yeah,
can do.
I wonder, he does have 2 of those Fire Lightning Y'shtolas in his list. I wonder if he, you know, forgot about it, or if that is what is, you know, in that first point of damage. I mean, I can tell that's a Y'shtola. I don't know which one. Hard to tell from Jared.
I think it's the Mono Lightning you stole in his deck.
Yeah, I thought so as well. And if that's the case, I wonder why we didn't just go for the Fire Lightning. Maybe we just forgot. Do
Maybe.
we kick that or something?
If it was in his hand, he would pitch it, right? And then
Yeah.
Alisei it back.
And then
So,
Alisei pull it back.
Yeah. Yeah, crazy game. This we're on our toes in this first game. I'm glad we get to see this feature.
And I mean, this is kind of what I expected to see. Mike was able to kind of put up a pretty good fight here and try to stall out the game, but you know, he's already taken 6 damage, and Jared does have just an onslaught of creatures, still a few resources. He hasn't had to develop backups. Doesn't really need to be efficient with, you know, how he's playing stuff. He knows, you know, the efficiency of his cards comes from just having haste and putting Mike in a really, really delicate spot. He he made sure to not set himself up into a spot where he could get blown out by, a fat chocobo or something like that. And I think that's honestly probably more important than anything else in this matchup.
Yes, exactly. So I think Mike is trying to see. I think Mike's trying to go off with a Luso turn, which is going to be very difficult. But I think
very, very difficult.
So
Buying back
Lulu
Chocobo
shrink,
here.
We can Lulu shrink the Graha, and then Fat Chocobo, or and then Luso. But this is a stretch.
I mean, we only have 2 discount on Fat Chocobo, so it's still a 6-drop. Summon for us.
No, we only have one discount.
Oh, it's for every 3?
You get -1 for every 3.
Oh, I thought it was for every 2. Yeah, that would be way too good. Yeah, so Fat Chocobo still at 7 CP would be a little too much for Mike's hand. Not sure what we could. Oh, we shrunk the Y'shtola. Didn't see the draw there. Definitely on pins and needles with Mike. Oh, it looks like a Dryad.
It's a good one, but
I mean, it kind of is, but we actually don't have that many permanents in play to really take advantage of Dryad. Yup.
Interesting. So
right, we're gonna Dryad again.
No,
or Chocobo again. Yeah.
Yeah, we're going for the Luso. That's what this is. We get back Chocobo. So we started with. Did we Chocobo twice? So is this cast 7?
Yeah.
It looks like it's cast 7.
Think it's cast 7 here for us. Yep. Players.
Yeah, Lulu Chocobo, Luso. Right? Yeah, Graha got reduced to 5, and then it gets +2 from its ability. So
yep.
Or +3 from its ability.
+3, yeah. So it should be an 8k and just enough for Luso to knock that out.
All right, do you attack?
We did clean up the board.
I attack. I'm trying to win next turn. All right. Okay, again, Shinryu.
Yep. Mike giving him 1 turn.
Is there a Shinryu?
I definitely see a Shinryu there. See that little orange glow off of his body. Now the question is, what else? I don't know if Jared has enough cards. What? So that'd be Pitch.
Wow.
I don't think we have enough cards to Shinryu S. I think we're 1 card short.
I don't think we need that. I think we need, like, we have 4 cards. So Pitch, Shinryu, and then even Alice is pretty good here, right?
I mean, we really need that that other Y'shtola. Just unblockable damage is where we really need to be.
Yeah, absolutely. But something as simple as, because Mike's on fumes. Mike has nothing else. He just has a random card. So Shinryu for, if we can't think of anything else, just Alice, and then Alice and back Y'shtola is very good still.
And then killing our own Y'shtola, probably.
No. Just kill the Lulu and then give something haste and attack, and then he has to block with Luso. And then we're back to square one where Mike has 1 forward and Jared has 3.
Yeah.
But then Mike only has 3 cards, whereas last turn he had 5 cards. So it's still looking good for Jared if he does something like that.
Thinking through the deck, I think I see an Astinian on top as Jared's looking through.
That's another angle. You can just pitch 2 and play Astinian, attack. But I think the Alice play is still technically a little bit better.
Yeah.
Okay, he's gonna pick the
Okay,
Estinian.
go for the Estinian. Now, it'll be interesting, does he play it or warp it, too?
Yes, I think if he thinks he can live, that he will warp.
Now, if you warp, I would really need another card in play. Yep, so we're warping.
Okay.
But I want another card in play if I'm Jared. Oh my god, we don't. So without another card in play, we're dead to like a Typhon, a Dryad, a bunch of stuff.
Doesn't look like we have
looks like we do not have it.
Block, right? Use block.
You have to block. You're just in such a dire strait if you don't block.
It looks like Jared's out of
my gosh,
which is why he didn't go for Alizé. Wait,
the potential for him to die here now is very high.
Yes. So draw one card. Are we reacting? Like it took 4K and it becomes a 5K.
Yep. And so it has 1K left. If we drew a Dryad there, how many Dryads do we have in Powell's list?
So that could have also happened is
3, yeah.
If Zidane happened, if Powell played Zidane, there were some outs in Jared's deck that he could have hit as well. Like imagine hitting the 5CP Odin, cost 2. So Powell had a lot of outs there to win.
Yeah, I imagine Luso gonna come across now.
We got to get in, right? Well, the Estinian, the issue though is coming back with the Estinian, right?
Yeah, we have to have 2 blockers for Estinian. Unfortunate, for Powell that he did not draw. Oh my goodness, we're just passing.
Yeah.
Ooh.
I could have swore I saw.
This is just so dicey on both sides. Oh no, we put
the Estinian.
Damage 5. Estinian's in play. Aranea gonna come out. That Mike says, yeah, all right, that's enough. We're gonna move on to game 2. Now, I'm curious about some of the plays there, but definitely, as we kind of mentioned, Jared knew his role in the match and was able to really capitalize on it. He definitely did leave himself a little bit of an opening on that last turn. If Powell had drawn a Dryad or another Typhon, dealt with the Shinryu and just swung in for 3, could have been very, very dicey.
Yeah, that was a crazy game. It definitely left us all guessing. A lot of stuff happened. So that last turn when I was saying, Jared could get an Alizé and get in there, I guess he was out of Alizés. So I think Estinian is probably the next best pick.
Yeah, no, I definitely liked the Estinian, but I was worried the fact that he didn't have a follow-up second forward to kind of put out just to have something to buy a turn.
Both players definitely had opportunities to win that game, just depending on the top of the decks, right? Like it's kind of crazy.
Absolutely.
All right, so this is going to be a little bit. It should be a little bit better for Mike on game 2 because Mike will be going first, and there won't be 2 forwards on turn 1. I mean, if there are, at least Mike will have some backups down, right? So we'll see how that goes. I think Mike has a pretty good opener. I see a Fat Chocobo and a Nordstalin. Fat Chocobo backup and a Nordstalin. Looks like Nash and a pass. Okay. We'll see if Jared has Alizé into another Scion on turn 1.
And like we mentioned, Powell really forced to play backups here, so has to start developing out.
Okay, Louis Soir. Well, I'm assuming we're gonna get an Alizé if we don't have one. Okay, we do. We got the Alizé. So I'm curious, does Jared have like an Ishtola or a Graha? Let's see what happens. Because if I have either of those, I'm definitely jamming on turn 1.
You're just jamming the Alizé into Graha into Estinian or something.
I don't know if I would pay for the Graha. I think that's up for debate a little bit, but I think I'm willing. Basically, anytime I'm willing to trade my 3 or 4 cards for their 3 or 4 cards, I think that's a win because Wind doesn't want to do that unless they have to do that.
Yeah.
And we get the Fire, Lightning, Ishtola. Okay.
Now, thing that can gunk this up is any Shinryus in Jared's hand. So definitely make this a little dicey.
There's something a little bit unusual here. Jared did not have to take a point of damage there. Oh, actually, yeah, he did. I'm sorry. I was thinking the Mono Lightning Ishtola. I combined them. My bad. So yeah, he did need to take a point of damage there for.
Yeah, if he wants the haste.
Yes, that's my bad. All right, we see a Fat Chocobo. Gonna go probably get a Choco Latte. Mike's discarding the Norse Talon, which makes me feel like he's either gonna be okay on 3 backups, or he values the cards in his hand a lot higher. Because Norse Talon's a really good card here. It gets him to 5 backups.
Yeah, I mean, I think that's pretty fair. If I'm Mike here, I'm very worried that I don't get time to get to 5 backups. Ideally, I want to be there, but...
Yeah, it looks like he discarded another backup when he played the Fat Chocobo as well. Looks like a Chocobo Sam.
But going to 3 here, he knew this was already happening. Definitely probably can't afford to take a full another turn off just developing backups. Going to need either like a Luso turn or something else. Not to mention, you know, one of those cards that we... Actually, I just realized... Yeah, you know, I've been looking over not Sam's list. Powell's list plenty. He does not actually have any of the free backups in his list.
Oh.
Wow. You know, I've looked at this list 5-6 times. I just always assumed they were there. I kept expecting to see them at some point, but I have not. And there's a good reason for that. They're not in his list.
Oh, I see a Rosa. I think we're going to go for a Rosa turn. Yeah, that's kind of... Wow.
Huh. Yeah.
I'm curious what he thinks. I might ask him about that later.
Yeah, that's definitely an option. You know, we're saying it's one of the stronger reasons for monocolor decks, but here Powell is top 8 without it, so making it work.
So I think he's figuring out Rosa into something. Well, we can Stiltskin for Evray, and then Rosa, and then Evray untap everything. I know we can do that. Oh. Okay, Lulu for Alexander. And we see the Alexander on the Shinryu, and then a Typhon on the Ishtola. Okay, this is... Mike's out of cards, but this has staved off the aggro. So... I think that Jared has a second Shinryu in his hand, and unfortunately, it does not cost 2 here because he has a forward in play, and Mike has 3, so Mike only has 2 more forwards. But this is, you know, a turnoff is what Mike wanted, but the Astinian coming in next turns, that's a pretty good. It's not really a turn off, I would say. 2 attackers, it's kind of just delaying the turn more than a turn off. So this is going to be a rough turn for Mike. If Mike can pull through this turn though, and end up not in a too bad position. he might be able to combo off again on the following turn. But I think Jared's got a really good position on this game.
Yeah, Estinian, definitely putting a lot of pressure out. Just, one of the most powerful cards in the new set. Definitely able to pull his weight.
So we see an Ishtola. I believe it targeted the Typhon. We'll see in a second. Dryad on the Estinian. That's one of the perfect cards here from Mike to answer this Estinian. And yes, the Ishtola does remove the Typhon. Hasty Ishtola and attack.
Yeah, being able to not deal with that Estinian the turn he came in, though, is very big for Mike.
Oh yeah, that's gonna probably dictate this game because Mike will be at 6 damage instead of at 4.
Yeah,
so
that or he'd be losing a lot of board.
Yep. Okay, so we got another card to cast. So I'm curious if this is gonna be the combo turn. It's actually we have to take Zidane here, I think, right? Unless we need the CP for Evray. Yeah.
Well, with Evray, we can draw a card with Chocolat and just rebuy.
That is true.
A little bit going on there, but
interesting. So I wonder if Mike has another 2 CP card in his hand. I mean, now he has Zidane, right? But without the Zidane, like imagine he took Evray.
Yeah.
I think if he had another 2 CP card, I think I do like taking the Evray. Oh, I see a Dryad, I think. Another Dryad. That's the perfect card for him. So maybe the Evray would have worked out better, but also maybe not. Hang on. I think that was cast 2, right? Hang on.
It was the Chocobo, and then
it was just Chocobo Dryad.
Just Chocobo. Dryad.
Chocobo Dryad, and then we untapped 2. Now, he had the Nash, so this is fine-ish, right? He uses the Nash to cast the Alexander, right? So I think this is technically repairable. But we did discard Zidane. We played Chocobo, tapping the fat Chocobo. We drew with Chocolate. And then we discarded.
Yeah, sometimes Chocolate can feel like we're playing a whole nother card due to doing a full action, but
now we need the Alexander. There we go. Okay, so now this is cast 3, and then this is cast 4. Okay. Bismarck is cast 4. Okay, so I think Mike is in a situation. I wonder if he's gonna bounce. I wonder if he's gonna kill the LSA right now. I think he's gonna kill the LSA, and then he's gonna bounce probably Lulu, is my guess, and hope that he doesn't lose this turn. And I feel like it's really hard to lose from this position on this turn, taking 3 damage. It's not very likely. We drew a Tomos also. So if Mike doesn't lose on this turn, I think he's gonna set up for a really, really clean victory on the next turn. Maybe not win immediately, but having a Tomos and Lulu and bouncing the Lulu every single turn is
very, very powerful.
Yeah,
that's where he want to be, for sure.
So basically, what happened last turn was the turn started off with a 1 CP Chocobo summon, revealed 3, added Zidane to hand. Then Mike removed 2 counters with Chocolate to draw a card. and then discarded to cast Dryad, and then he triggered Rosa, but Rosa only saw 2 casts. That's what happened. So we had to rewind and make sure those backups were not activated by Rosa. That's what happened, which we rewound, and then Mike cast an Alexander, and then untapped, and everything got fixed.
Yep. Yeah, he wanted to get as efficient of a turn as possible in there. Had to sacrifice a little bit of efficiency just due to, making sure he can get to the correct cast. Looks like we have a Shinryu coming out here. Full cost Shinryu doesn't get the rebate.
I think he got a little confused on the Chocolate draw, right? That's all it was. Drawing a card sometimes does feel like you're casting a spell, right?
Yeah, absolutely.
In this case, that is not the case. That's not how that works. But it all got repaired. Everything's fixed. Everything's good.
Yeah,
so the Shinryu for the Estinian is interesting too.
Mm-hmm.
Like, do you jam the Estinian here? Do you warp it?
Do I warp it? I think I warp it.
I do. Yeah, I think I'm trying to end the game as soon as possible now, because the more turns I let Mike do Lulu Bismarck stuff, that the more chance
one more Dryad is almost like a death nail for him. Powell's gonna get a Dryad this turn from the Lulu.
Yes, absolutely. And he's gonna have 2 CP untapped from the Atomos to
cast it. Yeah, that's perfect.
So it's free real estate here. Oh, he's gonna get Alexander. Interesting. That's technically better since there's a Shinryu in play. Unless we wanted to remove 10 cards from our break zone.
True.
Draw a card. And
we also have
activate.
Rosa, so.
Yep. And activate with Rosa. Did we draw something else? Can we cast another card? Because that's cast 4.
Yeah, getting to 5 could be pretty relevant. Almost anything off the top of his deck here would be pretty good.
This would be an aggressive line, but I need to bring it up, Sam. Would you Nash that Louiswall? Because he has the opportunity to right now. Would you blow up the backup?
One of the reasons I wouldn't is because I want my Typhon to be active if I play it.
Okay. You want it to be a forward?
That is one of the big reasons I wouldn't. But otherwise I like the line, honestly. We are reclaiming board here. Just that one, especially for Estinian Warp, or the amount of 3 drops that the deck has, odd cost cards. It's probably worth. You're gonna get effectively a full card out of it, and you have more cards, both in play and leveraged here than your opponent. You want to cut down your opponent's card pool. So essentially what you're asking is, would you crack your Nash to essentially say my opponent discards 1 card for the rest of the game? And I think that's kind of worth it here.
Yeah, it's very interesting, but you are right in the sense of if
making your Typhon live.
Yes, if
that's the only concern for me.
If Pal's going to lose, he's probably going to lose in the next 2 to 3 turns. Otherwise, he's probably not going to lose. So I think it's acceptable to have your shields always up for the next 2 or 3 turns. There's also a chance it's even more than that.
But like I was saying, you're kind of making the argument for discarding your opponent every turn. I think that, I don't know, it is dicey. I can see it working out both ways, whether popping the Nash or not.
Wow, both these games
have been fantastic so far. Yep.
Yeah.
This one's definitely putting Jared into quite a spot. He's thinking, we do have chat saying go game 3. That definitely might be what ends up happening here. Jared trying to math out all the routes to victory, and Mike trying to close the door on any of those routes, sitting here with 4 forwards effectively in play. It's gonna be hard to squeeze by them all. However, a very real line is Y'shtola special. That's probably like, you know, if I'm thinking from Jared's perspective, how do I get out of this spot? And it's almost certainly Y'shtola special.
Yeah, there's 2 things I'm thinking of. Is Y'shtola special, or we need to get rid of the Bismarck. Hopefully he doesn't have another one, right? Or a Chocobo or something like that. We need to get rid of the Bismarck, and then our Estinians are live. So then, like, we get rid of the Bismarck in some way. Or we can technically, like, warp Estinian, go to the next turn, and then have some kind of removal spell with the warp trigger on the stack to remove the Bismarck, and then try to get in there for some damage with Estinian, and then keep pressuring.
Yeah.
But
part of the danger, though, is Mike can just animate his board, animate this Atomos in response, and kill off pretty much any threat that could take here.
Yep. So I actually like. I don't know if I would have done the Atomos. Oh, actually no, because I do the 4. Okay, I think this is okay. So Jared's going to decline now on the damage from Y'shtola because he doesn't have to take it. So Mike did it all in response so that Y'shtola would not do 4k damage or something, which is pretty smart. But I couldn't catch how many cards were in Jared's hand. But if Jared still had a full grip, that was kind of risky. But it looks like he doesn't have very many cards.
Yeah, I think he had 2 cards, maybe 3 cards left.
Yeah, so if that's the case, then the chances of Mike losing right there are basically 0. So I do like removing the Y'shtola in response. Okay, so it was no Stalin. Remember, Mike still has the Lulu in hand.
Yep, and that's definitely coming back out.
Yep. Is this a failed define? Yep. 4 CP Evoker there. I think that's still totally fine.
Yeah, strangely enough, good enough still.
So now we play the Lulu most likely. And if we're scared, we get back the Dryad. Oh, we're playing Chocobo. Okay. Fina and Typhon. Ooh. Do we need the Typhon? That's a good question.
I like Fina. Like I think half
Fina
the reason
Estinian, right?
Yeah. I think half the reason to go to 4 backups is so that we can Fina here.
It takes the Typhon.
Hmm.
I wonder if Mike has a Fina already, or if he recognizes that he can Fina the warp trigger.
I gotta assume Mike knows about Finaing the warp, which does just seem too good of an opportunity to pass up, though.
Draw a card with Chocolate. So we're on cast 2 right now. So the next cast will activate Rosa. It's gonna make Atomos a forward. And attack. Gonna activate all the backups. Okay, I'm a little scared about this attack. Because not only
yeah,
he has the cast 3 already in his hand. We're going for a cast 5, obviously here, but like
if we could have lost Bismarck there, that could have been dicey. I don't know if there's any EX that can get all the way to Bismarck though.
This should be cast 3. And so
Odin would have worked.
Yeah, Odin would have worked.
Oh, Odin would have been a disaster.
There's a 5 CP Odin that does 9k to an active forward. That would have worked.
Yeah,
well.
that would have worked.
But I think I would have Lulu'd to untap. I don't think I would have Rosa, or I don't think I would have Atomos attacked because of the chances of losing. I would have just Lulu'd for my summon, activate, and then cast the summon I got. I know he can get to cast 5 without attacking with Atomos. The Atomos also is technically the perfect blocker, right? If something goes wrong, the Atomos will stay in play, and you can be able to block with it.
Yeah, but I do think attacking with the Atomos really sets him up to try to win the game rather than just not lose the game.
Yeah, so it looks like Mike is opting to probably Dryad the Estinian instead of Athena.
Yeah.
I also see he has a Fat Chocobo summon in his hand too, so that costs 6 right now. Okay, so there are a lot of different ways for him to go.
Yeah, I think if I'm Mike, I almost want to leave the Lulu in play, just so Fat Chocobo is only a 5-drop. I wonder if Jared already went to combat this turn. Looks like it. Okay, yeah.
Yeah.
And Jared has no follow-up play. This is where Mike wants to be. He's in the driver's seat. I believe this is going to be him attempting to wrap this game up. We'll see if any EX Burst makes any changes to that.
And that Ramu Burst only hits active forwards, so it is not what Jared wants to see. Because there are no active forwards on Mike's side now. And I'm curious, the answer is no, but I was curious if Mike's attacking this much, it makes me feel like he has an activate effect. So I thought he had an Asura possibly, but maybe there's an Asura in his break zone too.
Yeah, he does have Lulu still, so
yeah, this is still fine. Just pass the turn. You have full grip. You have Dryad and Fat Chocobo. That's game. All right, going to game 3. Interesting.
Definitely a little bit of a sweat once again. So game 3 will be coming down. Jared will get to be on the play again. Very relevant in this matchup. I don't feel comfortable saying, this is definitely anybody's game for game 3. Being on the play definitely gives Jared a little bit of an advantage, but I would not count Mike out. As we saw, he was able to navigate to a point where he could set up a scary board and not die.
Yeah, it's kind of crazy, right? I think all these games so far from Mike's side is if I mess up one time, I lose the game. A little less so in the second game because I feel like Jared kind of ran out of cards, right? But
yeah,
I still think that Mike has to play a perfect or nearly perfect game, and Jared has to play correctly in the sense of, which he has been, being assertive, right? Putting forwards out there, putting Mike to the test. And because of that, like this game's been very intense. This match has been awesome. I'm really happy that this is the one that we got to watch and top. This is awesome. Like, look at this. This is exactly what we want to see.
Yep. Jared's like, all right, I'm cooking. I'm damaged. Let's go.
Oh, that could be backbreaking, possibly.
That's his only Fat Chocobo, I believe.
Yeah, that. I don't know if he has Chocobo Sam, but
that is his only Fat Chocobo. So that is a pretty big loss for Powell. Even if he doesn't have Chocobo Sam, if when he would ever get that, is very devastating. Opens with just a Chocolate, and honestly, looking over the rest of his hand, he may just be passing here, debating getting out that second backup. Yep, just gonna go ahead and pass.
Okay.
Ooh, if I'm Mike, I am just like sweating bullets. We're going to damage 3. I've got 1 backup out, and that's it.
I see an Estinian in Jared's hand. This is another scenario I would pitch to.
I would absolutely warp that Estinian if we have that
puts
in
lethal
hand.
In play.
Yeah.
But it looks like he's opting not to, so. Oh, it actually would not have worked out because I think Mike has a Fat Chocobo summon in his hand.
Yeah, if he plans on Fat Chocoboing on his opponent's turn, that could definitely put a wrench in those plans. I think Mike trying to math out maybe a Rosa turn. Stiltskin coming out here. Getting the Luso.
Interesting. I wonder how deep he's going to go this turn, or if he's going to commit everything the next turn.
That's kind of exactly what I was wondering. I'm a little curious on pitching a Chocobo from hand. Chocobo usually one of the biggest cards in helping you get to 7 cast off a Luso. Yeah, if that is the line he's thinking of.
Yeah, you're right. I feel like if he's pitching a Chocobo, he's probably playing more cards this turn. Yeah, and he is.
Yep. He's going for a Rosa turn instead. Yep. So that Luso was just extra, was just fodder. Getting that. Go ahead,
Okay.
getting out Typhon. I like this out of Mike a lot. I got 2. I'm top decking, but I got 2 forwards. I got 3 backups. You got 1 forward. That's it. Let's go.
Yeah. So this is a scenario too, where imagine if Jared warped the Estanian.
Had warped the Estanian. Yeah, he's looking much better. Now that definitely may have changed what Mike ended up doing, but I like this line from Mike. And yeah, if he had that Estinian in play here, right, we're looking at it putting Mike to 5 and also having to answer the Estinian ASAP.
Yeah, so I do like Mike's play here with the board context, just because like it does suck that he goes 0 cards, but there's a good chance Mike, whatever he draws, unless he draws Lulu or Zidane,
he's almost like draw
anything,
going,
right?
Yeah.
Yes. So,
and a Tomos, I think a Tomos and like anything else is probably his best draw for next turn. So he can play out the Atomos and then have an extra body and also, you know, potentially be set up for future turns. So that's what he's praying for here, but I don't think there's much else that's really going to be too relevant for him for next turn. And this RNA is going to say bye-bye to Rosa almost certainly.
Most likely, yeah, because we can't protect it. I think Mike wants to draw a bunch of Lulus and Dryads from now on.
Yeah.
I think that's
well, 2 Chocobos being down and a Luso being down. We're not Lusoing. Oh, and I mentioned it almost would have been a good draw, and it's gone.
All right, we see the warp.
And now here's the warp. Oh, no. And even though I really liked Michael's setup play, Jared held all his options in his hand so that he would potentially have this explosion whenever he needed it, and he's ready to do it after Mike, kind of got rid of some of his options, and Jared able to go for some of the best options here.
I think Mike has to take the Luso and play it and chump block. He just showed his hand to his opponent. Whoops.
He did. Oops.
That's why. It's because Typhon is his last card. So we have to play 2 blockers. This might be the end for Mike. Especially if Jared has a removal spell.
Any removal or any more haste is lethal here. So we know Mike's hand is very dead. Yep, and here comes
that actually matters.
Doing the base damage of 5k. Mike knows he's done. No EX can save him. And that is going to put Jared Walters into top 4. I don't believe he had a Nats qualification yet. That will get him his Nats. So congrats to Jared Walters.
Yeah, that's awesome. Wow, that was a crazy stream game. That was awesome. All right, so we're gonna see Mono Lightning in top 4. Once we get more results, we will update the bracket and let you guys know. And congrats to Jared for winning that match and making it top 4. Oh, and speaking of, we have our top 4 right here. So it does look like Bradley on Leo won against FF6, which means, I think he brought. I don't know Bradley personally, but if he's winning against FF6, it makes me feel like he brought Leo because it's a good matchup against FF6. So we'll see how that goes. We see Mono Water Leo. We see an Earth Water Cecil FF4 deck. We see Mono Lightning and a FF6 deck. So that's our top 4.
All right, and welcome back, everybody. We got our players good to go here. We will have Sam Prime and Bradley Whaler here on stream. We'll have Leo and Friends versus a Category 4 Rydia Cecil deck with Sam Prime. And this will definitely be a pretty interesting match to watch over here. I definitely don't know where I feel on like any kind of slant on this matchup, but between the two decks here, definitely we've seen Leo do Leo things in quite a good number of the games, but Sam's deck is a little bit of a newer newer comer, and one of the big things that he is doing in his deck, taking advantage of Mind Flare and these many Cecils to really play a little bit of his opponent's deck, but also kind of buy some time with those Cecils. I can imagine he's playing out the Earth Cecil and then being able to swap into the Wind Cecil, get a Riku in play for free, and then maybe popping off the Mind Flare and taking whatever his opponent had just played. Really big thing about Sam's deck, he's actually only on 11 backups. Pretty light number, so I imagine the deck mostly operates only off of probably about 2 backups, 3 backups in general.
Yeah, I think he based it off of the old Sophie decks, the Earthwater Sophie decks, and he's
18
mostly,
summons, yeah.
He's mostly an even costed deck. He's got Garnet and Cecil costs 2, right?
Yeah.
So mostly an even costed deck. I will say that I feel like there's going to be some skill involved, but I want to say that I think a lot of the power plays this game will be based on if Bradley gets set up and does his Leo stuff, and then also what he hits off of Leo, and then also on the other side with Sam, Mind Flare, depending on what he hits, right? Like if there's just going to be some whammies one way or the other, and I think depending, and it's going to be like repeat whammies, right? Bradley can Leo multiple times in a row, but also Sam can reuse Mind Flare. He has Garnets and Unes and stuff, ways to recur the Mind Flayers. So it's
all right, and
it's gonna be an interesting game.
Yeah, it's gonna be interesting, but one thing definitely to note, Brad had a pretty rough start here. After his mulligan, no backups in hand, did have a Shinryu, pops off the Shinryu to go get a Sarah, but doesn't opt to go ahead and play the Sarah. Part of the reason, he does have his second Leo in hand already, leaving him in a pretty precarious spot. Only one Leo left in the deck. If he plays this one out, Sam is able to misdragon those away. He could be locked out of Leo for almost the rest of the game. And this is very much not what a Leo player wants to be doing. Interestingly enough, Sam Prime on a interesting start as well. Just goes ahead and plays out the Riku, threatening that Shinryu. So I did see both a Rydia and a Sarah in Sam's hand. So it's interesting that he opted for just Riku. I imagine he's been against some of these aggressive strategies. In general, obviously Bradley is not an aggressive strategy, but I imagine when he does see forwards turn 1, this is usually his recourse. He's just playing out the Riku, making it so, all right, you're going to you're going to play out a forward. I'm going to play it back on top of your deck. He's probably going to play out Rydia next turn, attack with Riku, put that Shinryu away, and take it out of the game for good.
Yeah, I like this play from Sam because he also knows it's generally safe, right? Like, how is Bradley going to remove this Riku? He's not, right? That's the whole plan. Like, that's why Sam played the Riku on turn 1. This is a huge tempo swing in Sam's favor, and it could be even more depending on how many summons or things like that are in his hand. Maybe he can gain value off of the Rydia here as well. Something else I wanted to mention is it's probably not going to be effective this game, but I do think that the win Cecil and Sam's deck is a very big deal for Brad, because a lot of the like haymaker turns he has does target things. So it might come up eventually later, but it's something I wanted to point out.
Yeah, absolutely. So, starting off this top 4 match, I definitely think Bradley, even though Sam doesn't have any backups just yet, just 2 forwards out here, but I think this is exactly where Sam wants to be. As soon as he gets that 2 more counters on Rydia, pretty much his entire summon lineup is going to be active. Rydia, whenever he plays a Cat 4 character, gains extra growth counters. Those growth counters just let her cast summons for free. And that's going to be a lot of value that Sam will be able to make up throughout the rest of the game. And this is pretty much all Sam needs to do now from here on in, because he knows Leo's a slow strategy deck. He can just keep pressuring with forwards. The fact that he didn't even opt to play the Sarah backup that he does still have in hand is very telling that, maybe he doesn't. You mentioned before, Sam has a pretty heavy even costed deck. He may not opt for any backups for the whole match.
Yeah, so we covered Brad's game in top 16 against Creon, and similar. I don't think this is necessarily a bad matchup for Sam in this situation, but Sam's playing similarly to what I was recommending Creon play. Just play him forwards immediately and don't let Leo set up, right? That's and Sam has played against Leo before in previous formats, so I think he's pretty aware of that kind of strategy. So I think that's kind of what he's aiming for. And then also, since Bradley has Shinry in his deck, I think Sam's going to do everything he can to not play 3 forwards if possible.
Yeah,
but we'll see.
Not giving him that out of just a 2 CP 9K. Although, even if he does get that Shinryu back out, and until he deals with the board, Brad's still in a really rough spot. So I actually don't know how Brad's deck deals with the Riku pretty efficiently without running into too much of an issue. Sam gonna take a damage playing
Cecil
just for 2 CP, but technically paying for 4 CP here, since he had to pitch cards, since he did not play any of those backups. And another interesting thing about Sam Prime's deck here is he does have 18 burst. So he pops the Cecil, goes for the damage, but there are a lot of bursts. Obviously, this burst being a little bit of a fake burst with this opponent not having a forward out. Remora could have killed a forward and drawn him a card, but nothing in play to target.
He could target his own forwards, but that would be not great because he would go 5 cards.
Yeah, he would actually remove them off the face of the board.
Yeah, so that's why he didn't target a Cecil there, because it would have removed itself.
Yeah, so. But the really important thing about his play here is it did get Cecil up to, or not Cecil, playing Cecil did get Rydia up to 4 counters. So pretty much his whole deck is live, as mentioned, cast-wise from the Rydia. And I don't think he has an Amaterasu in hand, but we know he has 3 in deck. He has Mist Dragons in hand. Sam's just kind of ready to put a stop to most of what Brad can really do. And if I'm in Brad's shoes, I genuinely don't know what all I can do to get out of a lot of this position, because and Kodab's definitely the start, so that'll help deal with the Rydia, but still have a lot of work to go to get to a Leo turn, or to buy back myself back into this game.
Yeah, this is going to be an uphill climb for Brad. This is a good start, like you said, but I feel like next turn has to be the Leo turn, or else he might be a little too slow this game.
Yeah, and that will be 2 Leos removed from the game already. Yeah, it looks like Prime was debating cracking the Cecil. Maybe wanted to go get, one of the other Cecils to do something. Very powerful option. However, Kadav is going to go ahead and take down that Rydia.
So something that Prime could have done last turn, let's just say assuming Rydia didn't die that turn, okay? Prime would have had 3 forwards in play. He could have end of turn or main phase 2 cracked his Cecil to go get the win Cecil and then put in play another forward, which means he would have 4 attackers.
Yeah,
that would have been lethal, right? So that means Brad would have had to use Quadov or lose the game, and I think both of those are losing the game. So that's
well, and technically he
surprise.
wouldn't even have the capability of using Kadav because
true
because of the Cecil tax. Yeah.
So
exactly.
True.
No, very very relevant that he went ahead and got that Kadav out to remove the Rydia, because like you mentioned, yeah, he could have been staring down lethal there by Cecil end of turn into the other Cecil, and yeah, that would have been very scary.
And then something else that could have happened is if Rydia stayed in play, Sam does play 1 Belius to Gigas, so he could have played a forward and gave it haste. If he wanted to, he could have mind flared, and there's the Aranea. Brad has haste in his deck, so he could have hit a haster as well. So there are ways for Sam to gain an extra attack in this deck.
Yep, absolutely. And some people in chat mentioning, yeah, Kadav does not target with that first ability. However, with the second ability, it does target, and that's what we were referring to. If he went ahead and popped off that Cecil, he would have had the win Cecil, and that would have cost attacks then, unless Bradley went ahead and popped the Kadav while the Cecil was still gone. Would have been an interesting spot to be in.
So yeah, like I mentioned before, this has to be the Leo turn in my opinion, which we would need a 5-drop. Didn't get one. Do we have one in hand? No. Ooh, that's gonna be rough because I can't see a way for Bradley to get out of this without a Leo turn. So we can Ash the Rydia, but then Riku is still a problem.
Yeah, Sam only with 2 cards in hand,
we
and
have to
only
Ash
2
the
counters
Riku.
on the new Rydia.
I think the only way to possibly live here is to Ash the Riku, right? But that's still we sack the Cecil in response to go get another Cecil. Rydia goes up to 4 counters. If Sam has something, like an
we have to like Kadav in response, assuming Sam does pop the Cecil, right? Yep,
yeah, so
here
right
it is.
here,
Oh, and he didn't do it in
doesn't.
response. Yep, this might be the end of the game.
So we Cecil for Kolka, searching for Une, and then Rydia goes up to 4 counters. And Sam's last card is a Materasu on the Ash, so that Riku stays in play.
Yep. Now, we didn't get to put anything else into play with Cecil, it looks like.
No, we put the Kolka into play.
Oh, we put the Kolka. My apologies.
Yeah, and this should be the game. I do wonder if, so technically because Sam had the Amaterasu, even going for a Leo play that turn, I know that Bradley has Sahagin in play, or in his hand. I don't know if he would have had enough CP to Waka for a 5-drop, play a 5-drop, and play Leo, and Sahagin and play Leo again. I don't think we had enough CP for all of that. So,
well, so we do put the card on top of the deck if we Riku it. So instead, we're going for Une, going to bounce the Ash. This way, it's not on top of the deck. We don't get EX'd. Sam gonna go ahead, hand him back his Sarah as well. And now he does have enough cards to Quadav, but 3 attackers is going to be more than enough. Brad's going to knock it away, and Sam's going to take down the first game.
Yeah, so it does look like Sam knows his role in this matchup, playing forwards on turn 1 there, especially the Riku on turn 1. I think that was a perfect answer to the turn 1 Shinryu.
Brad, but let's also, Brad. That's not where Brad wants to be. He is far away from his ideal hand. So maybe if Brad was on the play already in that first game, but we can see if he can actually develop out the way he wants. Sam doesn't have too many ways of attacking his backups. It's just the Une. Actually, I take that back. Sam does have 1 copy of Hecaton Shared 3 in his list. Although without a way of tutoring it, it may not end up coming up. But that can also definitely slow down a Leo player.
Yeah, Sam's clearly not playing the Rydia backup because he has Rydia forward in his deck.
Yeah.
So no way to search for the summon. Some people opt for more like draw power cards and things like that. And I see Sam is playing the 3CP Leviathan that says draw 2 cards and then put 1 card on the top of the bottom of your deck. That's a good way to try and find cards you're looking for, or to set up EX bursts. A couple water decks in this new format I've noticed been playing Loperit. Sam's not currently playing that card, but I think that's because he's wanting a low backup count. So that makes sense.
I think it's a low backup count coupled with I think he really wants a high EX burst count too.
Sure.
Because we look at his backups, he does have 3 of the Ico backups. Obviously he does want to guarantee his summoner forwards, but even more so than that, just increasing that EX burst count. Usually we don't see Remora index unless people are EX burst minded. Right. And this is definitely a much better start for Brad. Getting Sarah, getting Gordon. We'll see what Sam wants to do. He's actually going to play out some backups since his opponent did not open quite as poorly as he did game 1.
I think I see a Rydia in Sam's hand as well.
Yeah, so... I do find it interesting he didn't go ahead and play out that Rydia, even though it's not doing too much. It could get dealt with a bunch of different options. The Leo deck does want time, and not giving it time, even with just a boring little Rydia attacker, can be part of the game plan.
I think it's because Sam wants to gain value out of it some way. So before losing Rydia, I think he'd rather cast a summon for free first. Mm-hmm. So, and I saw a Cecil and a Mind Flayer in Sam's hand as well. So I don't know if he has the right colors to cast all these cards, but I wonder if that's we're probably going to see it this turn, right?
Yep. So here's the Rydia
setting up.
And looks like we're probably going to pay 3 for the Cecil. Yep, and there it is.
Okay.
Took our damage. 1 to Mind Flare, and I think we're going to cast the other one for free from hand.
This is dangerous because it could be the game. Okay, it's not, but that's still pretty good.
Yeah. Playing a Mind Flare style card against a a Leo player is very dangerous for the Leo player, because obviously there are tons of really good hits. I believe we see Theodore in Brad's hand already, but a Sephiroth could be very backbreaking.
Now, if I don't think he has it in his hand, I don't think Brad does. If Brad had something like 11-9 here, that's kind of interesting as well, because we could bounce the Aranea back to our hand. Yes, we could. Sam could like Cecil into the water Cecil and protect things, but that would take a lot of his resources.
Yeah.
But it doesn't look like Bradley has that. But yeah, every Mind Flayer that Sam casts has the potential to like end the game immediately. That's a very scary card to sit across from when you're playing Leo. Got a Thornton. This is probably, if I had to guess, is a Shinryu. But
Shinryu or Waka? I think I like Shinryu a lot, but
because we could Shinryu.
Can't tell
Waka.
how many cards he has left in hand for Brad. If I had enough cards, I think I go Shinryu into Waka, but
yes.
Well, we did have a good number, but maybe we just didn't want to pitch him. So looks like a Leo, a Blugu, a Sahagin, and I can't tell that last card. I think that's Fiend, which is pretty interesting in this matchup. Due to Sam trying to gain as much value off of this Rydia as possible. Fiend pretty handily negates it, right? Like, you're gonna cast one summon a turn off of Rydia, and Fiend says no.
Yeah, that is a interesting aspect of the cards here.
Yeah, but Brad opting not for that, and now he has a Shinryu.
You cannot get. Okay, they caught it.
Oh.
It was like you cannot get the Shinryu. Unfortunately.
Yep. So opts for the Quattro Queen. Can't take the Shinryu. Hindsight, maybe could have taken the Shinryu before and then gotten the Waka, but
yeah, so Sam's able to cast, I think, anything in his deck summon-wise. I don't think he has anything above 6. No. So he can always shape out that Cecil into a different one and make Rydia go to 6 counters, and he can cast any summon in his deck. I have seen some decks like this play Fat Chocobo, actually. Just go all the way up, right? And also you play Wind Cecil, so it's very worth you can cast it. Yes, it's an 8 CP board wipe, but yes, it's also sometimes easy to get Rydia to 8 counters, depending on your builds.
Now it sounds like you're living in magical Christmas land, are you?
I'm just pointing out, there's possibilities and different ways you can build this deck, but
yeah,
Prime is not opting to
Prime is definitely in a good spot here.
Yes. Quidab, that's a good hit.
Pretty much really need to see an Ash EX. Would have been really nice on Brad's side. At least take care of that Rydia.
So we need, for Brad, a 6-drop and a 1-drop and a Leo.
That's a lot.
That is a lot.
I mean, it almost is certainly going to have to start with that 6-drop with Larsa. And we drew one.
We have Leo. We have all the numbers.
Yep. So I guess at this point we just have to go for it. See if we can spin the wheel.
Yeah, I think you have to go for it. I think there's a Sahagin also. Yeah, there is a Sahagin also. So there's protection against Amaterasu as well.
Yeah, and that's definitely relevant when you see your opponent with 4 counters on Rydia, knowing he has 3 Amaterasus in deck.
Ooh,
and there's a Quidab. That's good.
Play Quidab over Blugu.
Absolutely.
Stops the summons. Or are we gonna play the chief first?
I think we're opting for a chief first, which I definitely agree. I think that's fine.
Okay. Yep.
Looks like we're going over the difference between chief here, and Kadov. Gonna go ahead, give a counter, but also going to snipe away that Rydia. And, Sam can't do anything to stop that one.
So I'm curious. So Brad's going to play the Leo. I wonder if Sam is going to break the Cecil in response and play the wind one, or if he's going to wait and see what he hits.
That's a good point. I think it comes down to if Sam has something that is really worthwhile to put in play off of the 3-drop. Or off of the Cecil, right? And lots of good options here for Brad.
Yeah, for Brad, I think it really comes down to what is he trying to play around. But obviously, the Amaterasu can't happen. Amaterasu can only happen if there's 2 fire cards, which there are very few fire cards in Sam's deck now.
Yeah.
There could be a Mist Dragon still.
I don't think he has enough cards to Tidal Wave. I don't think you
the last card
necessarily want to either.
The last card in Bradley's hand is Sahagin.
But being a 9K is relevant just because both of his opponent's forwards are 9Ks at the moment. A big thing I think I would go for here is actually the Thancred, because it gets more counters on the Sahagin Chief. Then I can Sahagin bounce the Aranea back to my hand and my own Leo back to my hand, right?
Yeah, the Sahagin, I can't tell with the dice. The Sahagin Chief should be at 2 counters because the Quidov and the Leo. So the Thancred would put it at 3 counters, and you're right.
Yeah, I think going for that, and then Thancred pulling back either an Ash or the Quattro Queen just to have another monster in hand seems pretty okay.
So,
but we have opted for the Shinryu.
Do you search an Ash here, or do you get a random card, Sahagin the Leo, and play the Leo back immediately?
Yep. That is tough. Tough call.
Yeah, because Ash is like board state, right? Like, it's interesting. Because if we go for the Sahagin on Leo here, again, that gives Sam an opportunity to do something to it. But I guess there isn't very much removal spells at instant speed in Sam's deck. It's
I mean, pretty much the only removal he presents a lot of the time is going to be, some summon off of Rydia, or it's going to be this special off of Cecil. So, interesting that he does have that. Yeah, I definitely still think I would have gone for the line where I could have gotten Leo back to hand. Probably wouldn't have even done it. We'll wait till attackers happened. Hopefully Sam attacks with Cecil first. We can block the Cecil with Leo, and then bounce Leo and RNA back to hand.
Okay, so this is
Sam
dangerous.
Gonna go ahead, opt to pop his Cecil, get the other one. And what is he going to put in play off of it? Looks like
Riku.
Okay. That's very good.
If I am Bradley here on main phase 2, I Sahagin now. This is too dangerous. We need to...
You Sahagin for the Leo? But then you won't have a card in hand for the tax.
Right? No, but we still need to put more forwards into play, right? And we can, right, if we stack it in a certain way. Because
we could Sahagin Chief potentially. Oh, I don't like Sahagin Chiefing for one. There is an Aranea in play that we could have stolen back. I will have popped the Sahagin from hand, I think. I don't know how you feel about that. We did get though,
we can pay
the
tax.
Lev. This is great. Yeah, Lev and then just pitch from hand.
And you only have to pay 2. You do not have to pay 4.
Correct.
Now, of course, you want to bounce the Aranea, which you can. You can bounce the Aranea in the backup, pay 2, and then Aranea is in your hand. Target the other 2 forwards,
and pay
again,
with the Aranea. I think I do that just to not give him another Cecil back. But it looks like he's opting to put the Cecil back into his hand.
Yeah, that's the difference here. Is Sam's going to have a Cecil in his hand.
Yep.
And the other way, Sam would not have a Cecil in his hand.
Yeah. So I definitely think you go for the other line. You know, you're losing the Aranea either way. Right?
Yep.
Might as well
all right.
not give Sam a card back.
This is the turn that Bradley needed.
Yep, absolutely.
Sam doesn't play a card like Shantoto. He also doesn't play Hecaton 5. So this is a particular rough situation for Sam.
Yeah, very well navigated by Brad. See how it can work out for him. Another thing to note, if Brad had gone for that Thancred a while ago, as soon as Sam does pop his Cecil, he can pop his Sahagin Chief. Yes, as a Ico Burst, the 3 CP backup. Search for a summoner. As soon as Sam goes to pop his Cecil, that's when Brad pops the Sahagin Chief just to bounce the Aranea back to hand. Just would have been very clean, would have kind of cleaned up that board. But because the Sahagin Chief was only at 1 or 2 counters, it didn't have the capability of bouncing that other forward. I think that left him in a pretty rough spot. Ooh, Ash off the top. That is very good.
I think if there's Adamantoise still in the deck, I know Blue Goo's gone, but if there's Adamantoise in the deck still, I think I like
just jam the Realm
and go get Adamantoise and Sahagin Chief and start attacking with my 9Ks.
Yep.
Because the Sahagin Chief is protection, and it's also
Adamantoise is gone. Yeah.
Dang.
So that does leave us, we could Realm for a Sahagin Chief, bounce Leo, kill the Cecil, but, I almost think just playing Ash is maybe better. Don't know. It's a little close.
Yeah, I think I'm for Ash here.
Just save our resources for another turn.
Yeah.
Oh. Looks like we're opting for the Realm.
I don't think that there's a 1-drop left. I think there's a Quadav in the damage zone. There's 1 in play. And then Blue Goo and Adamantoise are gone. So, but this is for Sahagin Chief. And Sahagin Chief's a powerful card. So, something I would also mention is... So he might go for a Leo again this turn, too. I think that's what he's looking for, see what forwards are left, actually. It might be worth, but I think what I would do is pass the turn, and then on Sam's turn, I would Chief Leo.
I think it's worth poking with the Shinryu at least, right?
Oh yes, definitely. Yeah, you should definitely tap a Shinryu. But I would Chief on Sam's turn because I don't want to Chief on my turn so that his Cecil can attack me. Yeah, I don't want something like that happening. Just in case.
I don't even know if I need to Chief. I would just save the Chief until next turn, if real need be, right?
Yeah, we could do that too.
Especially just paying full cost for the Realm here. I think that's the line that you're good for. Yep. Poke with the Shinryu. Hope it's not a disastrous burst,
and it
like
was.
it is. unfortunate. Yeah,
There's
as
a
we
reason they're
mentioned,
not attacked.
Sam's deck does have 18 burst in it, and Leo gonna go ahead and go down.
No. It's not a bounce.
Oh, no.
Well, I think the players are playing like this is a
Oh,
bounce.
yep. We need to correct this real quick.
That's a Remora.
Yep.
It's not a Lev.
Yep. Leo's just dead.
Okay, awesome. I think they both played it like it was Lev 6.
Yeah, I think Sam was about to
A little
respond
bit.
and crack his Cecil, so glad we caught that before he
Yeah.
had done that.
I guess if it was a Lev 6, we probably would have got rid of the Shinryu too, but yeah. So yeah, there's a reason to not attack. If Bradley ends up losing here,
It could have been due to that Remora.
yeah. So maybe the absolute correct play is to just pass turn.
Yeah. Yeah, and Sam's sitting with 6 cards in hand, about to go to 8 on his turn, so
Yeah, I
Pretty
definitely
dicey.
pass a turn in this case. I do not attack 11-9.
yeah, and we see that big old Leviathan Remora, whatever that thing is. That thing just absolutely sniped down the small child Leo.
Got the big old fish. Chomping
Big
down
fish,
on
indeed.
Leo. Chomping down on the king. You can't take down the king.
Oh, the king got eaten. So okay, what are our options for getting Leo back? I believe we still have a third Leo in the deck, so that's one option. Shinryu's already in play, Thorjan's already in play, so we're not searching it. We have to nat draw the last Leo.
Yeah, I don't believe Brad's playing any recursion for
There's
forwards.
no Emperor, no Lightning, nothing like that. So we really are just stuck with trying to natty draw this last Leo. And just like that one EX burst kind of crumbles Brad's game plan. And the really relevant part about Remora is the fact that it was an EX burst that Brad couldn't respond to. The Sahagin Chief was in play. It could have saved Leo. But with Remora being EX burst, no responses, and it just happens.
I still think Brad is pretty advantaged here, but Sam definitely gained some percentage points with that last turn.
Absolutely.
And could get more from.
Yeah, I was
from
about
this
to say we
Remora.
haven't seen them come up yet, but these Mind
So
Flayers
This might
can
be a.
spin pretty big against Brad's deck.
Oh.
Ooh, both are quite good. So Sam has the option of either Shinryuing for anything in his deck or Larsa and gaining 2 cards.
So what's
Both
the
of
best
which
card
are
in Sam's
not
deck?
bad.
I don't know if Sam has another water card in hand, but
He
getting
could just
another-
Mind Flayer again.
Yeah,
He could become the Leo player and,
Yeah.
and start spinning the wheel. But I mean, I think the correct answer is Viridia here, right?
maybe. So something else too is if there's a Wind Cecil still in the deck, I can't tell. I think there's one in his hand and one in the break zone, so maybe there's one in the deck still. Yeah, there is right there. You could also just get a 4-drop out of your deck and then break this Earth Cecil to go get the Wind Cecil to put it into play. The 4-drop you searched.
Yeah.
That's a play as well.
Looks like he's thinking the Viridia as well. Yep. An important thing also to note with Sam's deck is the number of full arts available for this. All those Cecils are full art. Kusith, Mist Dragon, Amaterasu.
Oh, they're not all full arts.
Yeah, that Shinryu is not full art right
Oh,
there.
Yeah, but that's not Sam's. There's a card in his deck that I could have been full art. I didn't want to pick on him.
Oh,
The-
I
the
didn't
Riku.
notice it.
Riku starter can be.
Oh,
full
the
art.
Riku.
Yeah,
Darn.
I'll forgive him. It's a starter card. It's not a very played card. you know, everything else looks good.
Yep, definitely showing off a little bit of bling here. But bling does not win the card game. So Ash coming out from Brad. Where do we go with this Ash?
I think this is always Rydia.
Yeah, I think that's a safe call.
Because that's the card that's gonna gain Sam free card advantage.
Oh, we're killing our own Shinryu.
Okay.
Don't forget the Sahagin Chief counter off that Ash. That will finally get it to 1 counter. Yep, players getting it right now.
There's another burst. Attacking's not free.
Attacking is certainly not free. It's approximately half of Sam's deck, or about 40%. It's definitely dangerous to send stuff into the red zone.
Yeah. So just another hypothetical situation here. If Bradley just didn't attack the last 2 turns, if he just kept building up, kept doing what he wanted to do, he would have had Leo and Ash. He probably would have bounced both of them with Sahagin Chief. Sam still would have had no board, and he would have been building all of his board, right?
Yeah. So, yeah, those attacks really cost him. And it's one thing to be a little cautious against, everybody can hit EX burst, but Sam has kind of engineered this list to have a high EX burst count. And there's another Mind Flare in hand.
It is a little hindsighty for me to say something like that, right? But it is also, whenever I'm in these kind of positions that Brad's in, the first thing I think of is, how can I lose?
Yeah.
And it starts with my opponent getting lucky, right? That's kind of what's happening with Sam right now, right? He's hit 2 EX bursts. So I'm very scared to attack for a little while here. I think I'm either in the situation of I need to end the game now, or I'm not attacking. So
okay, so we hit Thancred, Lena probably not doing too much. Thancred also not doing too much for Sam, but it's a slightly bigger body. I would actually almost worry about taking the Thancred just to give it to my opponent, but I guess Lena's also worse. I worry about giving it to them with the Sahagin Chief, right?
So Thancred, the way Thancred's worded is you choose a forward when Thancred comes into play. You can choose something higher. So he can choose a 3-drop here and then crack the Cecil to go get the water Cecil and resurrect a 3-drop if that's what he wants to do.
Does he even have a 3-drop worth?
I don't know. I don't know if he has a 2 either. I guess the only 3
Porum? Yeah, Porum would be the 2-drop.
Yep. So the only actual target would be Porum. But if Sam did have another 3-drop in his deck, that is something that could be done. Because Thancred, you're allowed to target something higher. It's just it won't come into play if at resolution if you don't.
This is a fairly long game. A little surprising. It looks like Sam does not have a Porum in the break zone.
No target?
Yep.
Okay. So the Thancred's not in play yet. Okay.
Okay, so we just decided on Thancred from Mind Flayer, but we didn't cast it. Looks like we're casting it now.
So target, I think it was target Cecil.
Yeah. Just for the fun of it.
Yep.
Like you mentioned, just because I can. All right, we drew a Lena. We're pretty deep in the game. I gotta imagine we have enough stuff in the bin. Sam does have a Mist Dragon in hand, but he doesn't have those counters on Rydia just yet. If Brad does just jam out this Lena, he can maybe get something out. And this is pretty telegraphing what Brad's doing currently. counting all of the water cards in his break zone, I would hope he would go ahead and play it out. And somebody mentioned in the chat, Lena for Leo. Unfortunately, Lena for Leo is not going to work out too great. Leo cannot be play and play by any other means other than casting him. So, he would actually have to buy Leo back with some kind of like valid tool to put it into his hand, and then he can play Leo.
Yeah, these Leo decks have been around for a little while. Some of the original Leo decks used to play Renoa to flicker your forwards. And whenever I saw my friends playing Leo, that's the one thing I would make sure that they didn't do was Renoa their Leo, because unless you had another Leo in your hand, because if you Renoa'd your Leo, it stays gone. It stays removed from game because Renoa cannot put it into play.
Yeah.
So.
And Tommy's asking in chat also for any priority on Sam's side. No, unfortunately, he wouldn't have any priority. Once it gets to Brad's turn, he's entered his main phase. He has priority. If he plays out Lena, Sam will not have any capability of responding. That text is in play and will be protecting his break zone. Then he can go ahead and resurrect whatever he would like. Sam says, I have had enough. I know where this goes once it kind of... I've seen this song and dance. You got a lot of stuff going on. There's Sahagin Chief, and this is definitely going to be a wrap, and we're going to go ahead and move on to Game 3. It was a very exciting Game 2. It was well played by both players. Good back and forth.
Yeah, so there was a priority switch there when the Lena got played because of Sahagin Chief, but either way, Sam couldn't have cast Miss Dragon. He only had Miss Dragon and Amaterasu in his hand and videos of 2 counters. So
the Lena was already in play. Yeah,
we could have sacked the Cecil, right? Or was he already at the one Cecil?
He was still on green or gold Cecil. Which Cecil? I'm seeing Cecils on Cecils.
We could have switched Cecils, got it up to 4 counters, but it wouldn't have mattered because Lena is in play. So even though priority does pass, I mean, you can use Lena at instant speed as well. So it's not just a main phase ability. You can use it during combat. You can use it in response to things. So even if, also when it's in play, the Miss Dragon is now relevant because it's already in play.
Yeah, some Cecil on Cecil action, just like chat's mentioning. And Sam's going to start us off here. We'll see what he's opting. He's opting for the Riku start again. He had this last time against Brad's Game 1. However, at that time, Brad had to Shinryu. This time, not quite as much. So Brad going to just try to develop like he wants to. Wants to get Leo just kind of going when it can.
Yeah, the turn 1 Riku is interesting. But
and damage 1 EX burst. Pretty helpful for Bradley.
This Ash is good if we have a lot of backups.
Yeah, I think I want the Ash personally.
All right,
yep, there it goes.
Ash is one of the
not only does Ash deal with the Riku eventually, but dealing with the Iridia is the really big reason why I would want it.
Yes, exactly.
And so we did mention this also before. Sam doesn't have too many ways of attacking Bradley's backups, but Une is one of them. So go ahead, aggressively popping out that Une. I really like this from Sam, knowing that he needs time to buy into the game.
I'm not sure
and
what the holdup is here.
Yep. All right, looks like we're back to the action here. Brad gonna go ahead, pop Sarah, tutor out another Sarah. Alright has the Gordon in hand, as mentioned.
I'm actually curious if that's what the players were asking about how much time's left. Because game 2 was very drawn out.
Yep.
So I don't think they were talking about the game. I don't think there was like an illegal action or anything. It all looked good to me.
Yeah, a lot of cards in hand for Brad, but he does need to find a way of dealing with, this board ASAP. Does have a Shinryu in hand, also has the Gordon. I'd be interested to see what he does. Obviously, he has too many cards in hand at the moment. See how he can get his hand moved down. Oh, looks like the...
Gotcha. Okay.
Alright, looks like we just had a little bit of a headset issue. Players are fixing that right now.
I think are they just taking off the headsets? It sounds like, possibly. So something that's interesting here is since the players probably could understand and hear what we were saying, they might have information on each other's hands now. So okay. So it sounds like we got this all resolved. The players are just going to take off the headsets for now, and we're going to keep continuing on with the game. So I think Bradley drew 2. Did he pay a blue for the Gordon?
I don't know.
Okay, I'm going to assume that he did, so we go back to Sam.
Okay, looks like we're good. Yep, Quattro was for the ability and Sahagin was for the card.
Okay. Well then, what did he discard to Gordon's effect, right? Because he drew 2 and discarded 1, right? Okay, then what did he discard to Gordon, right? Because draw 2, discard 1?
Yeah.
So what did the 2 CP for Gordon, and then the blue CP for Gordon's ability, and then the discard from Gordon is what I'm curious about. So theoretically 3 cards should have went to the discard pile, but is it Sarah? Okay. He didn't cast Gordon off of Sarah because Sarah got bounced. So that is a fresh Sarah. Sarah got bounced from Une. So we pitched 2 to play Sarah, to search for Sarah, and then pitched to play Gordon. Okay, so it looks like he probably pitched the third Sarah for Gordon's ability. That's what ended up happening. So we should be in good hands here.
So it does look like Sam went Mist Dragon into Thancred again, this time grabbing his Riddiabeck.
Mind Flayer, yeah. And Mind Flayer into Thancred to get back Rydia. And this is, I see the Shinryu in Brad's hand. This is the perfect time for it.
There's no Cecil. I think we are Shinryuing tidal waving.
Yeah, I think so as well.
This is almost certainly a tidal wave moment. Tidal waveable moment.
Yeah, I think we can take the turn off here to set up. Or
to not
turn
die.
off. Yes. All right. So we're sorry about all of this, you guys. We're all kind of flustered because of what happened, but we're getting back into it.
Tidal wave to not die looks pretty good on Brad's side here. He'll still be able to untap with both the Shinryu and 2 backups. He just needs to leave some cards in hand to be able to develop for the rest of the game. It looks like he's thinking about keeping the Ash in hand. I think I would get rid of the Ash personally. Oh no, he is getting rid of the Ash and okay. Ash and Sahagin down, Shinryu down, S ability coming. Une going to buy back a Mind Flayer. Sam wanting to spin the wheel one more time sometime in the future.
This looks like a very good position for Bradley.
Yes, but there's the top card of Bradley's deck that could betray him off of this Mind Flayer if when Sam decides to play it. That's kind of the line Sam has put himself in here, and we'll see if it can pay out or not.
All right,
and that's exactly where he's going. Larsa and Sahagin Chief. It's not bad. It's not what Sam wanted. He wanted a Leviathan for almost certainly.
Yeah.
Leviathan bouncing a Sarah, killing a Shinryu seems pretty okay. Just a Larsa is a little bit more disappointing.
Something else that could have been good was like a Theodore maybe, or Sephiroth is acceptable, I guess. We'll hit the Leviathan EX burst.
And as we mentioned, attacking Sam's deck is not free. Brad opted to go ahead and attack, hit an EX burst.
Yep. Something that with Leo in general, and also some other, it's obvious with aggro because aggro you have to win the game, you have to dodge burst, that kind of thing. But with decks that are critical mass, I would argue Mono Wind is kind of like this too sometimes. It might be better to just not attack because of the variance of EX burst. If you're already ahead, sometimes it's better to just not change the board state, right? And EX burst does change, has the opportunity to change the board state. So not attacking when you're ahead will most of the time keep you ahead. So while you're not getting in damage and you do win by damage, when you're a combo deck, whether it's like Mono Wind or Leo, a lot of times you're getting more ahead, and then eventually you can just do 7 to them in one turn.
Yeah, no, absolutely. I definitely think Brad got punished for it a little bit in the other game, but he still did manage to take it down. Hopefully it doesn't punish him too much here, but I definitely think maybe pausing on some of those attacks may have helped him out a little bit more in the long term.
Yeah, definitely. All right, I see an Earth Cecil in Sam's hand, and I think a Mist Dragon, but I don't know if there's another summon.
right, and Sam is doing Category 4 things, Cecil things, getting Rydia to 4 counters. Looks like we may just be passing turn here, though. Oh, no. Putting it on top of the deck. Oh, putting it on top with the Riku EX. That was a very, very good EX. Definitely a little scary to give your opponent back a Shinryu to hand when you can just play that back out, get whatever he wants. However, just needed to buy himself a little bit of time, and Kudav just coming in, putting in so much work against this Rydia, as we've seen all of these games so far.
I was curious on how good Kudav would be positioned in this format, because we mentioned earlier in the broadcast how a lot of decks, the curves are 2 drops, 3 drops, 4 drops. And then also, especially with like multi-element cards, there are some really good multi-element 2 drops.
Yep, and Sam has an Amaterasu. Gonna go ahead and fire it off on the Kudav. Doesn't kill the forward or the monster, but you know, still gets to save his Rydia. That's very relevant.
So I see a Leo in hand. We have 1, 2, 3, 4. So we can theoretically Shinryu for a 6-drop, but is that
we won't be able to play it this turn?
Right.
Looks like we're thinking about Luna Freya.
Luna Freya is a pretty clean answer to Cecil, also Rydia. So,
and unless he swaps to a Win Cecil and has something else to play and play, but I don't think he does.
I don't think so either. I think his hand is Une and Win Cecil.
Yeah. So that will clean up at least one of these forwards. And it's interesting, he opted to actually discard the Leo here. Tough spot for Brad for sure.
I'm sure that hurt Sam to let the Rydia go.
Oh yeah.
I know he didn't want to do that.
However, a redraw on Rydia could, come back pretty easily with some counters, right? Due to the Cecil already being in play. You just cycle his Cecil, and then he has fresh new Rydia counters. Oh no! Leo in the damage. I wonder if... I don't know if that's second or third Leo. I think Brad's going to take a peek here. I think it might be the third.
This is our video if we want it, or Garnet. Looks like we're opting for Garnet. All right, and Sam passes it back. So interesting.
I'm definitely curious how many cards, how many wire cards are in Brad's break zone. Has Lena in hand. Looks like he's probably going to give it a count in just a second.
He'll let us know.
There is a line where he Shinryu's for 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6.
I think 11.
Looks like, yeah, I counted 12. Yeah, I think he has 12, but if he Shinryu's pitches 1 and then tutors something else and then plays Lena, I think he's good to go, and he could go get pull out a Leviathan out of the break. Now, Leviathan out of the break's pretty relevant because he could bounce his own Larsa to his hand, which also leaves him in a pretty good spot for future turns.
So we discarded a nice card, which doesn't help with casting or using the Lena ability, but we're probably going to We're guaranteed
Yeah,
to get a water
I
card
think
here.
we pitched 2 water cards here. Honestly, I think we get Larsa, right? Because it's dead. Because we're gonna bounce the other Larsa to our hand. I think that's our best play.
Yeah, if we're Lin 11,
Yeah.
I think that's a good
Yeah, we
play,
get the Larsa out of the deck. It looks like he's opting for a Thornton, but yeah.
Yep.
Oh, he came to the same conclusion. Larsa probably the best pitch. If we're gonna put the other one
they may
in
not
our
have
hand.
headsets on, but maybe we're in their brains.
And we'll see how quickly he opts to put this Lina in play.
Okay, in this exact scenario, I think it's okay to attack first if you're going to attack. He's
passing.
Oh wow.
Okay, well we're definitely not in his brain because I was thinking Lev. I'm thinking Lev hard. I want to get the Cecil gone. Force Sam to go ahead and swap Cecil's.
It's interesting because he didn't attack either.
Yeah, I definitely would have. I don't know if I would have attacked, but I definitely would have gone and gotten rid of at least that Cecil. Force Sam into a job change if he needed. Yep, and now he's got Une. Then Sam can't play the Une as smoothly. I don't know. Although this is making this board a lot juicier for Leviathan. Although Sarah going to hand, very unfortunate. I don't believe any other targets for Sarah left in the deck. There is maybe another Lena if one's not already in the bin.
I don't know if Sam has a Mistdragon in his break zone, but if he does, this is going to prompt Bradley to go for the Lena this turn.
Yeah, Brad has to. I think it's got to be a Lena this turn regardless.
Also, I think on Sam's side, I think it was a little mishap to bounce the Sarah for 2 reasons. One, there's already a 4-drop in play, but 2, that searches for Leo. Sarah can go get Leo. It's a king.
Oh, look at me. I'm dumb. Forgetting the king himself. I forget that Sarah says so many different job types on her. Yeah, can go get the Leo. That's relevant.
So there's a lot of different lines that can happen here. This
can get very messy very quickly. All right, so we're opt-in pitch 1. Where are we? Bradley thinking it over. Players definitely in the trenches in this game.
I mean, it is public knowledge right now that Brad has a 5-drop and a 6-drop in his hand and can go search for Leo. So, interesting. There's 11-9, yeah.
Yeah, Lev 9 bouncing the Larsa, probably bouncing the Cecil, killing an Une. This all just seems very, very powerful. I'd be a little surprised to see it not get resolved just yet.
Oh, if Bradley... Okay, I think he's reading the card. Okay, Bradley can resurrect Shinryu, but if
with
he
what?
was trying to get with Thancred.
Oh,
if he was trying to target something else. So what do you? I think what Brad's trying to do is set up a Leo turn. I think he's gonna Thancred Shinryu. If he chooses that, you can't. Monsters don't count.
Monsters don't count. No, Brad.
That is a legal target, but it will stay in the graveyard. Thancred is forwards and backups only. It is not monsters.
Oh no!
If he chooses demon, it fizzles. Oh no!
Uh-oh. Oh no! Yep, and looks like the judge informed him the demon cannot come into play. Only 5 water is counted towards it, and that is going to leave him in a pretty devastated spot here.
Yeah, I guarantee you, if he knew that, he would have went for 11-9.
Absolutely. I believe he was going to try to remove the break zone and then kill the Une. Oh no.
So, I will say, so this is, I wonder what's in the break zone of Sam now. It's not all over, right? It's obviously looking not great, but it's not all over. There is a third Leo still. If the third Leo gets damaged, I think maybe then it's over. But there's a lot of potential for a Leo turn in the upcoming future. So we'll see.
Yeah, but Sam getting to untap with the Une, very, very big gas. So what ended up happening? Chat's double checking. Brad did opt to resurrect Thancred with his Lena. However, he was trying to count monsters towards the Thancred target. He chose the demon. Monsters do not count, it is only forwards and backups, and therefore demon was a valid target. However, it just simply does not come into play if you do not meet the requirements. So Thancred, unfortunately, not bringing any friends to the party here. Sam swinging in with Cecil, putting Brad to damage 5. Yes, I mean, he didn't go for the Leviathan line either. So it's, I don't know, it's very interesting. It looks like Une is actually just coming across. Oh, maybe not. Maybe not. Never mind. I'll take that back.
Okay, I think this
Sam
is
wants
another...
to spin the wheel himself. He wants to see if he wants to see if he can buy a Leviathan off the top for himself. Looks like that's gonna happen, and Leo and Thornton.
So, Sam had the option to take the last Leo and leave it gone forever.
That's true. So
for Amaterasu.
Getting the Amaterasu, yep. Trying to keep his board safe. I think one of the big ways Sam can lose from here is a Leviathan. Amaterasu, gonna try to put some stops to that. Unfortunately, usually the Leo deck's at a spot where, you know, it's on tons of backups, so it can just play cards off of the top of the deck at this point in the game. Unfortunately, Brad's only on 2 backups, so he is not, you know, playing whatever he wants. He's pretty locked up. Realm Larsa down, Larsa coming in.
I think we're going to see Brad go into kind of desperation mode here, and if possible, so he can theoretically play Leo
damage
this turn.
5, but he doesn't have another lightning.
1, 2, 3, 4, 6. He can discard 3, play Shinryu, search for Leo, and play the Leo. He can theoretically do that. Is that the right play? I am not sure yet, but attacking is scary.
Attacking is very scary. I'm especially in this order. Because Luna Freya is, you know, very easy to get picked off. Well, I guess it doesn't really matter the order too much. Remora is going to kill anything. Riku is probably going to kill anything. or bounce anything.
I don't. If Brad passes here, because it kind of looks like he might. Oh my goodness!
Oh,
I think he can lose.
Yeah,
This
I'm
is-
pretty sure this is a winnable position for Sam.
Yeah.
If Sam knows his opponent's deck has very little, almost actual zero interaction on his opponent's turn. He does have a Kodav in play, has a Blue Goo in play, but it's not doing too terribly much. There's still a potential that Sam just is able to knock him out here.
I'm gonna reflect on this game a little bit. Obviously, there was a lot of things that happened, and we see another Mind Flayer.
Oh my goodness, Sam likes spinning the wheel more than the Leo player does.
Yeah, I was gonna point it out.
It's another Thancred or
No
a
monsters.
Blue Mage.
Just a Thancred probably, but
Thancred
look
for
at
3, 4, 5, 6. Thancred could res a 6-drop on Sam's side.
Yeah, could. But I wanted to point out, like, Sam hasn't hit anything backbreaking off of these Mind Flayers yet, right? But guess what? They've also kept him in the game. Like, Larsa drew 2 cards. Thornton searched for any card in his deck.
Yeah.
And now the Thancred is, I think, gonna put him back into this game.
Probably, I mean, it could pull out a Riku here. Could pull, and a Riku sets him up to definitely win the game next turn. I don't know what else he has cooking in that break zone, but
So he hasn't cast. It looks like he hasn't cast the Thancred yet. That's...
yeah. I believe it's still just in pending zone, waiting.
Yeah, that's damage 6. Casting Thancred now. I wonder if he'll get a video.
I definitely like the idea of Riku. Yep, going for the Riku. This really sets him up to, like, definitely win the game here. So we know now on Brad to, not lose the game, and he knows that he has an Amaterasu in hand. He knows. Now, does he have a fire? I know he has another Amaterasu in the break zone. He can pull that back with his Une. I don't think he has any other fire, but he can just pop Une, pull back that other Amaterasu when needed, and fire off the one that we know is in his hand. So that definitely leaves Sam pretty well insulated against most everything. Still has a 9k blocker. This is going to be very, very tough for Brad.
So is there any way that Brad can play around this Amaterasu? So starting with Sahagin. Okay, that's already a good start, right? So 1, 2, 3, 4, 6. So we would still need a Shinryu and go get Leo, and then Leo. There is a small chance that even Sam wouldn't.
I mean, we could just hard play the Leviathan, right?
We can, but I don't know if that beats the Leo, right? Or sorry, beats the Ama.
Yeah, probably not.
Okay, looks like we are going to.
Looks like we're gonna go ahead and go for it. Sam almost certainly gonna activate that Une here. Yeah, if Sam was not insulated with this Amat, this Lev would easily buy Brad into the game. However, Thornton probably gonna get targeted. Thancred probably gonna get targeted. So another line after this Leviathan probably gets Amonted. We can Sahagin Chief our Luna Freya, kill the Une. Actually, we could, yeah, do that. And then we have the Luna Freya in hand. We could pop our Adamantoise and just replay Luna Freya. It's not great, but we could get two things out of play.
Yeah. I wonder at this point how many water cards are in the break zone still. I know we just used Lena.
Yeah, there's no way for Brad.
Ago.
I think he was at actual 0 left over. All right, Amaterasu coming in on the Lev. Now, what does Brad do with the rest of his turn? I definitely think I go for the line of popping the Sahagin on the Luna, Amading, or Adamantoising, something, draw a card, probably the Lev, and then playing out the Luna just to get rid of one of these forwards, or 2 of these forwards. This board is horrifying.
So the issue is with that is he can't play the Luna Freya. There's a Shinryu in his hand.
Oh my god, I forgot it was in play.
I also think they're going back and forth like this. I think they're in time.
Yeah. Yep, this is turn 1 currently.
Just to clarify, does this mean Prime is turn 1, or was Bradley's turn 1?
Yep, Brad was turn 1,
okay,
not turn 0. So this will be turn 2 for Sam, and then the final turn will come back to Brad.
So Sam's not attacking. That's what that comes down to. The Riku gets a lot worse because of the 11-9 in play.
Well, he has a summoner.
True.
So it doesn't bounce. I'm double checking.
Is it going to happen? Oh, it doesn't happen.
What, a Leviathan there?
Yeah, I think that's the 4th or 5th Mind Flayer from Sam.
Yeah.
He does hit with the Waka. Oh man, I think this game's gonna haunt Brad because of
that demon target is absolutely leaving him in a pretty precarious spot. If he had just targeted the Leviathan there instead of the Thancred, I think this game was his. Or if he had Thancred targeted, I don't know what, the Shinryu. Yeah.
Yeah.
Although the problem with targeting the Shinryu is Sam could respond with, he had Cecil. I don't know if he had Cecil S at the time, but Cecil S could have killed off, like the Lena, and then the Shinryu target would have failed.
Yeah.
So I definitely think the safe play was going for the Leviathan, bouncing the... Well, and he could have done it a turn earlier, too. And I think that would have bought him a little bit, better board state.
Yeah, there was a turn where we thought he had a chance of losing, and he could have just discarded 2 to play Lena and went for it there. He ended up not losing, but I think that would have changed a lot as well.
Yeah. This is definitely a nail biter. I'm glad we did get to watch this one on stream here for us.
So the thing with
Sam thinking about party attack?
the Riku attack, right, is if you Riku attack and then you Sahagin Chief something, right? You can kill. You don't kill Une. You kill the summoner.
And then
No.
it just bounces, and then Leviathan triggers again. Oh,
Yeah.
oh, look at you. You tricky. I didn't even see this line.
Because Riku only looks to see how many summoner forwards you have. I know Aiko's a summoner backup, but that doesn't count in this scenario.
Une activating. We're mind flaring again. All right, Sam. Sam says I have not had enough of this wheel.
Ash, we have
Ash is
water backups.
4? That's 8k minus 8k. Minus 8k. Yeah, let's drop the Lena, probably. Are we gonna add a Mantoise? Are we? Yep. See him holding that Mantoise. Doesn't quite do anything. Looks like he's gonna pop it and draw a card.
I think he wants to use blue goo to stop. It'll cancel the Ash ability.
Okay. Okay. Did you notice the card Brad discard after
did
drawing with the
not.
Mantoise?
I did not see it.
It was Leviathan.
Oh no!
It was the third Leviathan. All right, so we are on the final turn of this game. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. We don't have a 5, right? Do we?
5's in our hand.
We don't have 5. Yeah. Yeah, I saw him going for the Leo. We do not have 5. I mean, we can Shinryu for 1 card to Leo for one of the other cards. To what end? If it plays 2 water cards, it does get our Sahagin Chief live, and that could potentially put us in a pretty good spot. Oh, and when we Sahagin Chief, we could bounce the Ash. And
There is a line here to
our...
win. There is a line here to win. If there's a Sahagin in the break zone, that's even better. So the Sahagin Chief should have 3 counters.
Yes.
So we bounce 2 things, we kill 2 things with 11-9. And then we have attackers. Even if we can get Sam... No, we have to win this turn. We have 1 card in our deck.
Yeah. We could bounce our 2 newest played forwards and then also activate Kadav?
Bounce
I guess...
Thancred.
Oh
Okay,
no,
needs to
don't...
be...
We...
I would target the Ash. Ash is gonna cost 3, but okay. And then we get the -2 things.
Yeah.
Minus 9k on 2 things.
Yeah, if we get back the 2... Well, then we get to do the minus 9k, but then we can also Quadav after that. So Sam doesn't pull out Cecil. We have enough cards in hand to Quadav. God, this is a spicy one.
Is this a last turn miracle turn? Like, are we there? Again, I don't know how many cards are in Brad's break zone. I don't even know if Lena's on his mind.
Yeah, I assume we're not there for another Lena, but if we were...
We're going to use a lot of cards this turn.
Yeah.
Because we can discard 2 for Ash, or discard 2 for Kordov, and that puts 3 cards into the break zone. Kordov's probably obviously just the better play here because Ash won't kill anything. Yeah, interesting. So the 11-9 is going to get into an attack. The thing is, too, is are we preemptively Quadoving the Cecil? Is what I'm curious about.
I think I do with the...
Or do you want to do it on 11-9? Like, do you want 11-9 the Cecil, or do you want to Quadov the Cecil?
I think we have to 11-9 it, because if he gets... Well, actually, I imagine Brad's counting Cecil count at the moment. There's 1 wind. There's 2. Does that mean the 3rd's still in the deck? Ooh, this is nail biter for sure.
Yeah, the context is a little unclear because we don't know if we can Lena. We don't know how many Cecils are left. It all comes down to those questions, right?
Yes. All right, so we're pitch 1 for a blue goo. We're gonna tap the Cecil.
That just happens. I don't know if I like the blue goo here.
Assuming we can't Lena.
Yeah,
I don't think
there's no difference here between blue goo and Quadoving.
No, the only important thing, he does have 1 more. He does. Ooh. Now the thing that's relevant is, can we Lena? I don't see. Okay, well, here we go. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. We could have had 12 in there if we had. No, we could have had enough. We could have had it. Oh no, we could have had it. If we had pitched the blue goo and the card in hand to the Quadov, we would have had it. We could have pulled out another forward. Now, what would we have had left at this point? Ash? I don't know if Ash matters.
So there's definitely, I think, a way to do this. So we could have 11-9'd on the Cecil. We would have had to discard 3 for Kordov, for what it's worth. We had 3.
Yeah.
So that would have been 14 cards in our break zone. No, we would have added 1, 2, 3. We would have had 13 cards in our break zone. 13 water cards.
Yeah, all that matters is we would have had a target, though. We could have picked anything.
Yeah. Because Lunafreya is still attacking me, by the way. I don't know if the players recognize that. I'm assuming they recognize it, but yeah, the Lena can still be played or used, or no, it can't, not right now. But like, if things die, then it can be used.
Sam just letting the first damage come through. It's an interesting option.
Just let this through also.
Like, don't really know why. I mean, I guess if he, it was 11 in break, so pitch if he
it was 10, I think.
Oh, yeah. Regardless, it would have, a block could have put the Lunafreya in the break zone, which then would have left enough for a Lena if he blue goo affected. But he can't just blue goo effect just for nothing. Yeah. I think this is fine. Yeah, the fact that Sam still had that last Cecil in deck was you know, the important part. Looks like Brad is going to end up losing here, not getting enough damage in on that very final turn. Would have decked out the next turn anyways. Pretty close game.
Even though it's at the time, I would consider this a natural conclusion, right? Because there's one card in the deck. So Brad had to win that turn or else he loses. Wow, what a oh man, what a spiral of events in that third game.
Absolutely. So I believe our players are going to take a quick minute, stretch their legs after quite an exhausting match, and then we will come back to you with Sam Prime versus, I believe, Todd for our finals.
And Todd will automatically get that day 2
invite
into nationals.
Yeah, Sam absolutely. So congrats to him, and congrats to all of our top 4 and all of our players. Top 4, of course. Getting that day 2 invite, or not day 2 invite, the nationals invite, and then Todd for the day 2 invite. And we'll be right back in just a few moments for our thrilling conclusion of the Portland Materia Cup. Alrighty, and thank you everyone for staying here with us. We do have our final match coming to you very shortly. Both players shuffling up. It's going to be Sam Prime versus Todd Tierums. Now, we did just get to see Sam Prime on stream. Haven't seen Todd just yet. So it'll definitely be a pretty exciting match. Category 6, I can't imagine Sam was unfamiliar with Category 6 throughout this weekend, with it being such a considerable part of the tournament. I definitely imagine he's gone through quite a few of these, but he did have a loss from day one, so be interested to see how he can fight against this Category 6 final fight for him. See if that Yeti... Oh, and actually we do have some information. Sam lost to Todd in round 1 yesterday, so this will be a little bit of a grudge match. Start the tournament with the match and end the tournament with the match for both of these players. Definitely curious where it's gonna end up.
Yeah, it's interesting. I know I personally don't have this kind of stigma. I take one round at a time, but I know some players definitely do. Psychologically, it's like, oh, I lost him before, I might lose to him again, kind of a thing. You know what I mean?
Absolutely.
Or you played against them like 4 or 5 times in different tournaments, and you've only beaten them 1 time. There's a good chance I lose to them. Things like that, right? Some people think like that, and maybe that'll psychological warfare will will come to play here. Maybe not. But I'm also curious. It is just 1 game, and I'm curious if like a player drew well or a player drew poorly, or if the matchup is in FF6's favor.
Or maybe one of the players learned something about the matchup that they didn't know at the time, but now they took away some EXP from it, leveled up.
Oh yeah. So I will say, just off the bat, and I don't think Prime's going to do something like this as much as last match. Mind Flayer is a lot worse against the FF6 deck than it was against Leo.
Yeah, he definitely was prioritizing that Mind Flayer, as we saw against the Leo player, but against Category 6, definitely going to be a little bit more, straightforward. Nothing, no 9-drop Leviathans, nothing. And honestly, a lot of these cards are very, tribal and synergistic. Not going to get nearly the benefit from Mind Flayer. However, just the fact that they are bodies, Sam can combine the power of the Riku, a summoner, and put something on top of his opponent's deck just to Mind Flayer it away. So,
yeah, that's a good point. And if there was just a random Mind Flayer that did happen, Todd does have 37 forwards. So if Sam just needs a random attacker or blocker,
yeah, Mind Flayer might as well just read. Just read, like, pick a forward.
And then, the Haymaker, of course, would be if he hit the demon off of Todd's deck. But that's 3 out of 50, so...
Well, you mentioned demon, unlikely. but I'm actually looking at Todd's hand here. I think I see the Fiend in hand already. That's pretty good against Sam. We see Sam already jamming out this Rydia. Summons are an integral part of his strategy. Be excited to see if Todd can use the Fiend to like block Sam out of some plays for the game.
Something I think we talked about earlier this tournament, but it wasn't with Rydia, it was with Garland. Can Todd get rid of this Rydia? And I think all he can do is don't freeze it. There's no 7 CP Umaro. There's nothing to, like, no Suchaspul or anything like that, right?
Okay. So, we have our Frago Strago, as you will. And then we can S once we're at 3 damage. And that's how we deal with it. That's our only answer.
Is a Strago special?
Yeah, it's minus 2k for every damage we've taken.
Mm-hmm.
And so we have to take 3 damage, and then we have to have Strago, and then we have to have the S. Which we only have 3 in the deck, and we don't really have a ton of recursion other than Edgar. So that's pretty much it. That's pretty slim pickings.
Yeah. All right, here we see a Fiend. Okay.
Unless something in number 24's text says that it can kill Rydia. I'm not even bothering reading that card. It's too much text.
No, he basically gets a counter every single turn, and if a damage is dealt to number 24, you remove the counter. But once he gets the 3 counters, then he gets doled every turn. So
yeah. And so Todd has opted to go ahead and play out that Fiend. I do think this is a really good line by Todd. Unfortunately, he does not have a lock already. If each of his cards had drawn him a card back, he'd be a lot happier right now. But he'll take what he can get. Plays out the Fiend, plays out Edgar, gets some Sabins back in hand. This will be a pretty interesting matchup, but I like that he has correctly identified that Fiend is very good in the matchup.
So, I sound like a broken record by saying stuff like this, but last match we identified that there was a chance that Brad should have not been attacking in some of his turns. I don't think Todd will have that luxury. I think he's supposed to attack, and when he does, Sam might not be able to cast his summons, but they do burst.
Here's a Belial. Wait, did we cast a summon?
The Fiend.
We have Fiend in play.
Okay, so
we cast. We cast Leviathan first.
Okay.
Wow, this is very interesting. Sam going very aggressive. Leviathan getting rid of the Fiend trigger. Probably trying to take the Fiend out of play altogether.
Yeah. Oh, it's gonna be the Edgar.
Going for the Edgar. So interesting thing to go for the Edgar. This is going to try to force Todd to actually pay for Sabin if he wants to play Sabin and Sabin S this next turn. Whereas otherwise he could just Sabin S, deal with this Rigu really easily. So I like that.
I think that was a pretty critical point of the game right there, actually. I'm curious if Sam were to put the Fiend on top of Todd's deck, would he have chump blocked? I don't know. Like that, the Fiend's really, really strong in this matchup, but it's also like you need to know.
I don't think he does because of exactly what I was saying, where he can just play out Sabin and then just shoot Riku immediately. Oh, Une. We're gonna bounce the Sabin. I imagine the S is gonna get fired off in response as Riku is going home.
Wow, the texture of this game is so crazy.
Yeah, both players really trying to leverage some very strong plays. Now, the really big thing for Todd would be drawing Ice Card and Setzer here. Would have been huge. Party attack Celeste plus the Setzer Dull Freezing, Une. It could have just been absolutely backbreaking.
Yep, but instead we get 2 Sabins. So
now, do we fire off the Sabin? I think we almost want to just keep the Sabin in hand so that next turn we can double shoot Une, maybe.
I think I agree with that. Now you're going to get value from the Une. So, Une getting back Kuseth is a thing, and then casting it for free. But I mean, what else are you doing, right? If you played the Sabin this turn, you're just attacking and plus 2K'ing. Then
it's not enough.
Stays in play anyway. So I think waiting is
and
the right
you
call.
Could potentially really, you mentioned Todd doesn't have the time to sit back on not attacking, but a very precarious attack could also be disastrous, right? Like this is that is a spot where if he pushes the damage with a Sabin S, and then Sam does hit an EX burst there, it could absolutely blow the game open.
Wait, did we pass again? I think
we drew pass. I think we're gonna let our opponent get the Mist Dragon. Oh, we're still passing. Okay, now I'm a little confused.
Yeah, water ice card. That's why our draw step was water ice card.
Okay, so we can't double S still. Yeah, losing the interceptor backup has really set Todd very, very much behind here.
Yeah, this is what I was curious about with the FF6 deck, right? There's 3 colors in it, so it is a little inconsistent, and it cost Todd a turn here, and it was a valuable turn. It's an extra ability of Une. So now theoretically, with this Riku, Sam could pick up the Belias and attack with Riku again if he wants. Now he's gonna have to cast another summon, which he added the Mist Dragon. So he might run it back. He did a play like this earlier, and he might run it back.
It would be pretty interesting to do. You know, like, he is gaining a little bit of traction, but he's not. You know, it's a powerful play, but he's not, because he has to run a summon just into the Fiend and have it get negated like the Leviathan earlier. Yep, and he is going to opt for it. I gotta imagine Sam's going to activate Une, pull back the Bernhilder, activate it off of the Rydia.
Belias,
here.
Yeah.
Or, but yeah, not Bernhilder, Belias. Yep. But I do feel like Sam is kind of spinning his wheels here. The fact that he lost 3 CP and the card to the Fiend is making it a little dicey, but Riku definitely putting in some work here. Now, here's the other option. He chose Edgar last time. Is he going to choose Edgar again?
I don't think so.
Or is the Fiend going to be more relevant now that he's about to put his opponent to damage 3? Fiend starts gaining extra attacks.
Yeah, which is he can't be chosen by an opponent's ability first time. Well, if it does, it gets canceled. So I think it's now or never on Fiend. So if he does choose Edgar, then we're never touching this Fiend.
Yeah.
Okay.
And we're choosing Edgar. Now, if I'm Todd, yep, we're letting it go. God, it's dicey.
Wow, interesting.
Once again, I think one of his best draws is, Sabin or Setzer ice card. Except he already had an ice card, so he just needed to draw a Setzer there. I think he would have been a humongous spot. Party attack with Celeste, being able to freeze out his entire opponent's board pretty much, would have been very devastating. He is now also at damage 3. He drew a Mog 6 in hand, so that can come out for free. Dull freeze either the Une or the Riku and draw him a card. So that's a little bit of benefit, but Todd's still in a little bit of a rough spot.
So I like how Todd did not go for Edgar here. He thought about it for a while, but that would set him another turn back. So he's going to play this Sabin. He's going to S on the Riku, and then he's going to play Mog for free. That's most likely what's going to happen here. Oh, he's doing the Riku. Interesting. He drew Setzer. I'm surprised he did the Riku. I would have Dolt froze probably the Une. But
yeah, because there's also a potential of we attacked and we got lucky. No EX burst. Looks like we have a Sabin in hand.
Yes. So
that's I'm shocked we did not dull freeze the Une then. Exactly.
We could have dull froze the Une and 8K'd the Riku.
Maybe Todd's just figuring, I still have the Fiend in play. You getting back a summon probably doesn't matter.
I think it kind of does matter because Sam's deck has a lot of summons already, and the Une is enabling Sam to play the summons, right? Like,
yeah, I mean it's also just an extra card draw, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, I think if I'm Todd, I would just have fired off the Sabin S and gone ahead and Dulfros the Une, but
very
we'll see how this plays out for him.
Now, if Sam had access to Riku again and ran it back again,
yeah, I mean maybe that's part of the reasoning, right? Is that he's worried that Sam will just have another Riku and go for that same line again.
So something Todd could do right here, I don't think I would, but he could have
before the crystal comes in. Yeah, kill the Cecil.
I don't think I do though.
I don't either, but
I'm not sure how many cards Sam has in hand, but I could have swore he had like 5 or 6. And he just played Cecil, but maybe he has 1.
Yeah, I think he's down to 1. Yeah. I mean, playing out a summon into the Fiend and then having to play another one, I mean, it's very card intensive.
I drew a Gao. That'll be useful later. But now, what do we do if we're Todd?
Party attack. I like it. This can get the Dull Freeze on the Une.
Alright, so we have 2 Sabin triggers. And we can Dull Freeze probably Une Riku is my guess.
Yep.
Or we Dull Freeze with Setzer.
Yeah, we get Dull Freeze with the Setzer, and then we also get the Celeste Freeze. Or we pull back. It looks like we're pulling back a
Sabin. Yeah, I think that is the most aggressive line, and I think I like it here because we'd have 2 Sabin S's.
Yeah. And then I think we party attack and Dull Freeze the... Ooh, Sam getting back a Kuseth.
And I think Mog also says his guys get first strike.
I believe it's 1k in first strike, or is it just first strike?
I think it's just first strike.
Oh, it's just first strike. Yeah, first strike on a party attack, quite powerful. It's a lot of damage.
Yeah, even if a burst happen, like the Fiend and Sabin also get the first strike. So there's that as well. Kill the okay, so if he's killing the Riku here, then I think it was better off to kill the Riku last time.
I agree. Yeah.
So maybe just a small turn behind kind of scenario. All right, so we have a Celeste trigger again and a Setzer trigger.
So who's Setzer? I assume Setzer's going after Cecil, and then I assume Celeste is pulling back another Sabin. Oh no! Looks like Celeste is freezing, and then oh no, Setzer is hitting the Ico.
Yeah, interesting.
It's interesting he's valuing the Ico over the Cecil or Rydia for damage. Kind of saying, like, I don't care about, taking 2 more points of damage. If you want to keep them up and you want to, waste them turning them sideways, I kill you next turn.
Mm-hmm. And the Fiend is coming into play really heavily here. Yeah, we're going to next game.
Absolutely.
Wow.
Yeah, no.
Sam had a Materasu, but he couldn't play it because of the Fiend. That was his only summon.
Absolutely. Well played by Todd.
He had Kusith. He added Kusith back to his hand, but I'm assuming he just didn't have another Earth card.
Yep. God, wow. Yeah, really seeing the power of the Fiend in this Cat 6 deck. And this is the flexibility of being that tricolor. Now, we did see also some of the difficulties of being tricolor with a little bit more of a clunkier hand. Where he kind of just needed to get the right colors, but ultimately the extra power, mattered.
Yeah, it actually absolutely did, and it's crazy because, I don't want to say Sam had like the perfect hand, right? But I think Sam still did what he wanted to do that game, right? Like he had the Rydia with counters, he had the Une early. I mean. Obviously,
I don't know what really changes on Sam's side other than maybe he should have gone after the Fiend with that first Riku target, right? maybe that would have been a pretty big difference.
Yeah, I think that is the difference maker.
If he did do that, there's a chance Todd lets it go, and then Saban S's. But then Sam's game plan may actually be online for the rest of the game. So, oh no, it's a dicey spot for sure.
All right, Claris. Prime doesn't play Leo, so he's not going to go search for Leo.
Unfortunate.
I actually kind of, I bet Prime was kind of, even though he won against Leo, I bet he was kind of disappointed that he mind flared like 5 times and didn't get a whammy, right? I'd probably be upset.
Ooh, Interceptor, Setzer. This is great for Todd.
Perfect start. Start.
It is like, if we can follow this up with, a lock into a Fiend, I think Todd's just literally going to be cooking.
Yeah, I'm surprised. I was gonna say I'm surprised he got rid of the lock, but that was his only ice card. It looks like.
Yeah.
Which is a little unfortunate.
Yep, and once again, that was kind of those difficulties of this 3-color deck, right? But
yeah,
I mean, we see some of the extra power in his hand, though. That Gao can definitely work some wonders.
Is it Rydia or Garnet?
Got the Garnet.
So something I want to point out too with this FF6 deck.
Oh, and drew another lock right off the top.
Really,
yep.
Oh, this is a good lock. But something I wanted to point out was, because we've seen a lot of FF6 over the weekend, and everybody's builds were pretty diverse and different, and picking one lock, picking another lock, things like that. This deck, just like some other decks that we saw, also played 3 5 CP locks and 3 3 CP locks.
Yeah. Slight misplay here. Todd tapped his ice back up and then pitched his ice card to play the lock. Took the Gestalian Empire Sid, did not have another ice card to play it. It's definitely a pretty big misplay. As he would have liked having that third backup out, tutoring a forward in his deck, probably being the Fiend, and then being ready to play it this next turn pretty efficiently. We'll see if it ends up costing him any, but it definitely was not ideal.
Yeah, I think he wanted to keep both the water cards because he wants to play one of them, right?
Yeah.
Actually, I probably would have still played the Stego here.
He probably could have played out the Fiend too. Which,
wow.
Ooh, that is big.
We should be at the draw card off. Yeah, there we go. Okay.
So Sam getting the EX Riku off of Cecil here.
Mind Flare, and we knew there was a lock there.
And a Saban.
Take
Both of these are pretty dead. It's more of just which one do I want to deny my opponent.
Does Lock care about what party attacks, or does it just care about party attacks? I'm gonna look that up.
I believe is Cat 6 party attacks.
Okay,
only.
it is, yes. That's how I think that's what Sam was checking too. Is if he party attacks with Cecil and Rydia, does something happen? Answer is no. So, in Todd's defense of last turn about not having an ice card, I think another out he could have had is having hit Edgar, and he didn't have. The only other fire card he had in his hand was a Saban, which he wouldn't want to discard. But yeah, I think I would have probably pitched the water card when I played the lock, unless we were going to play Straco. But
yeah,
we ended up
we're jamming out the Fiend here, so we probably would have jammed out the Fiend last turn. I definitely think this has left Todd in a much dicier spot than he could have been. However, it kind of worked out because Sam ended up hitting an EX burst anyways, so that Riku would have tucked away that fiend.
Yeah, definitely.
So I mean, maybe blessing in disguise.
Yep. Yeah, I think from Todd's side we're a turn behind, but we don't need too much help, just a little bit of help. Goes to 6 counters on the radio. Now, Porum's pretty good against the Fiend as long as you don't get them to damage 3. All right, we drew an Edgar, but we don't have the special Sabin, I don't believe. So this might be a... Oh, we're just tapping out. Okay. Materasu. Okay, that was a little sloppy.
Yeah.
We should probably announce that next time. Because I was like, we just slammed the Amaterasu. Are we Amaterasuing the Fiend trigger? Or, no, there's no Fiend trigger. So we're Amaterasuing the lock trigger.
Yeah.
But we just slammed the Amaterasu. We probably should announce our triggers. Alright, lock in the damage, get the Celeste.
We are at damage 3 now, though. Une? Assuming we blinked before we put our opponent to damage 3, we're bouncing this Fiend. Probably bouncing Interceptor. Yep.
Did we negate? Maybe it was verbally negated.
Yeah.
Yes. Okay. Yeah. Porn was blanked before attack. Yeah. I won't call it too soon, but this looks like 2 blowout games. You know?
Yeah, absolutely. I have a feeling this is going to come down to a game 3. I'll never put Cat 6 past a miracle turn, but
we have a lock trigger on the stack here, and I think Sam is debating using Porum or not. Sabin, okay.
Ooh, Sabin. We have an Edgar. Edgar into Sabin. It's pretty much, yep, and have a Mog. Mog can freeze out the Sune. Force Sam to go ahead and get back whatever he wants.
Okay. I mean, this is the kind of turn that Todd needed this turn.
Absolutely. Okay, I saw Porum to lock, it looked like.
Yes.
The lock finally getting negated after drawing 3 cards this turn.
And we need a lock.
So lock will still trigger here.
We have 2 Edgars.
We have double Edgar. Oh my goodness.
Sorry, double Sabin. So we have Edgar, double Sabin special. So we have 3 8Ks if we want them. Wait. Did Did we negate the lock?
Maybe lock did
Or
not get negated. Okay.
maybe the Fiend got targeted and then it got canceled?
Whatever got negated.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Looks like Sam targeted the Fiend and the Fiend canceled the Porum.
Oh goodness, that's very unfortunate for Sam.
Yep. And Sam.
Yeah, now that Todd has a Saban S and this board pretty locked down, he almost threatening lethal next turn, and with Setzer in play.
I might have
with Setzer in play. Yeah, I know. I thought we were going to game 3. Todd said no. I want to end it here. We aren't going to game 3. I want this done. Yeah, and chat saying Toto or bust. Sam unfortunately does not have Toto in his list.
Sam has no Totos.
He is on 11 backups only. The only outs really for Sam is actually going to be EX bursting. Most of his forwards are in play. The rest of his deck is summons. He is in a very, very dicey spot.
He has no board wipes in his deck.
Yeah.
The best removal probably in his deck are, like you said, bursting or
bursting Riku, bursting Remora. But for Remora, he needs cards in hand, so he almost just wants to keep. Like, if I'm Sam, I'm debating just keeping cards in hand, saying attack me. I kind of have to get lucky at this point. That's not a spot I want to be in, but I think that's the line.
So we can Cecil for wind, Cecil, put in play Garnets. Because we have a Garnet in our hand. Garnet back, a summon, but it gets canceled.
Oh my gosh.
So it's probably not a good line.
Yeah, Todd turned this game on its head very quickly. It was quite a turn.
Yeah, he passed. He passed like what you said.
Yep. I think this is Sam's line. It gives him a few extra outs to EX Burst. Todd gonna play Celeste saying my party attacks are gonna get even more value.
Should have a lock trigger as well on the stack, but probably gonna happen after Celeste. Yep. Oh,
and another Saban. So oh my gosh, we're drowning in Sabans on Todd's side.
We have access to 4 Saban abilities this turn.
Looks like we're gonna go ahead and use Edgar to S with Saban, get rid of the other Saban. Probably a party attack coming in here, get rid of Cecil. I gotta almost imagine Celeste is gonna pull back another Saban.
What are we dual freezing here? If we dual freeze the Cecil, he's absolutely popping it. Okay, it looks like...
Yeah, I think Sam's only world of saving here is Remora. Yeah.
And if that's the case...
It's like Remora into Riku, almost. I think he needs both.
Okay, if I am Todd here, before the next damage, I'm pumping my team. Just in case a Remora does happen.
I don't think it matters now because Sam just added another card to hand. So this is going to get him to 10 cards. Or 10 minus 10k on a Remora.
Okay, so he would have to pump twice.
Yeah, that's not worth.
Probably not. I will say this. I mean, I guess we have Chakra. But if on this attack... So I would be attacking with Saban next. Or maybe we don't have to, because Chakra is everybody but Saban, right? So before the damage, no matter what, I'm Chakraing in case an EX Burst kills the Saban. That's what I'm scared of at this point, because Sam can just come back and win out of nowhere too. So we need to make sure that all of our forwards are active.
All right, so we've got our party attack declared. I don't know what all our well, it looks like we're dull freezing the Aiko, and yep, and there she is. There's a Riku. This is one of Sam's outs.
And you have to pick the Saban, right? Unless you're going to cast a summon this turn, then you pick the Fiend.
Yeah, if you're going to cast a summon this turn, you have to pick Fiend. There's a potential for Sam to draw Mind Flare and then steal the Fiend for himself, so it's gone, but I don't even know if that's good enough.
So now Todd has to, if Sam bounces the Fiend to the top of the deck, I mean, he's going to draw the Sabin, which is funny. But he's got to play another Sabin from his hand, and then Chakra. He doesn't have to Chakra, but Chakra is a way to prevent Sam from winning. So he can actually wait to Chakra until Sam presents a way to win, or a way to kill the Sabin, because he has an actual Sabin S, not an Edgar on Sabin S. So yeah, it's interesting.
Oh yeah, no, this is a very critical point. I see Sam does have an Amaterasu in hand. Don't know what other summons he could potentially want. He is going to pick the Fiend. It's going to EX Burst will get around the Riku targeting it. So
Fiend will technically go on the stack, but it'll be on the stack after it's already on top of the deck.
Yep.
So
yeah, all of Riku's text is going to resolve first.
Yes.
Yep. Sam will draw a card.
And then now technically the Fiend's on the stack, but it negates nothing.
Yeah, it's that classic Alua play of EX Burst, still killing Alua, even through her little shield.
Okay, we're still in. We're still getting in there. This is Sam's chance. What is he? I'm confused. Oh, we chakra'd. I'm assuming we chakra'd. This is Sam's chance to cast a summon.
Yeah.
We were told that he chose Aura Cannon, so 8K, not Chakra. That's interesting. That makes sense though, because Sabin doesn't pump himself, I don't think. Yes, so that means he has to 8K, right?
Yeah. Yeah, and if I am Todd, I'm willing to trade Sabin there for sure.
It's not a trade. Sabin has first trade.
Oh yeah.
So
that's a good point. Yep. Even if it was a trade, I'd trade it. But without a trade, it's definitely not worth. Yep. Magical first strike is pretty good, and if I'm Todd, I'm feeling pretty good. You know, even though my opponent has a couple of forwards out, I have a blocker. You know, I'm almost certainly not dying here. You can get rid of my blocker. You can probably attack for 2 more damage, but that only puts me at 6. And Todd has potentially lethal right back at him.
Yeah, Video has 6 counters on it.
Yep. So casting a Remora for free is very large.
Sometime this turn, okay, there it is. Like Sabin doesn't get untapped here, but
Sabin will still stay tapped, but Chakra happening.
And I think
this
Sabin's
will
dead,
keep
right?
that last forward alive. I wonder if Sam forgot about Chakra.
Did we 10K the Sabin with the Remora? Because if so, it should be gone, right?
I don't think we went after the Sabin. I have a feeling we went out. It looks like we either went after Mog or Locke. And if we did, they're definitely alive.
Can we confirm what the Remora targeted by chance? It did target Locke.
Yep. Okay. Yep. And I think that was a little unfortunate for Sam. I think he should have just gone ahead, gone after the Edgar, gone after the Sabin, maybe even the Celeste. I mean, Locke's scary, but you know the potential for Todd to have a S. He may have even known that one was in hand. This is a little unfortunate.
I mean, I won't lie. I mean, we kind of mentioned it at the beginning of the turn, right? We kind of thought the game was over.
Oh.
And then Todd came out guns blazing, you know,
Yeah.
had everything.
Yeah.
I think that might have blindsided Sam as well.
Yeah. Sam taking another point of damage here. if I was Sam, I would have been literally praying to whatever god would listen, that was, you know, another Riku or a Remora or something off the top there. Like we really needed it. We needed the previous Remora to kill something, but we definitely also needed this to you know, actually get something else out.
Right.
I see a Riku in hand. I think we've already hit all of our Rikus, all our 2 in damage, 1 in hand. I think we're locked up.
We praying to you, Yevon, over here? Is that what's going on?
I think so. Sam attack. Lets the Garnet go.
Riku is FF10, you know.
Activate Cecil. Pull out another Cecil. Probably playing in play. Do we have another Garnet? We just want to get another summon out? What are we doing from that? One summon. Sam really showing off some summon shenanigans going on here.
Yeah, Sam's going off this game. It's just I don't know if it'll be good enough.
Yeah, and Todd does have a Fiend still on top of his deck, so he can play that before combat next turn and be, you know, remotely safe.
I can't quite see what Todd's second card is, but I know he has a Gao. So
yeah.
If he has a water card, Gao also, that could be backbreaking as well.
Oh gosh.
Okay. I think Sam's gonna cast this Remora.
Ooh.
I think he's checking about the Fiend right now. I think Sam's recognizing that the Fiend's
we're
on the
going
top.
after Edgar. How
Okay.
are we? Didn't we already use Rydia this turn?
I don't believe so.
Didn't we do that with the first Remora? Oh, Rydia was combat last turn. Yeah.
Okay, there's the Fiend again. Omaro.
Yep, and just like I thought, Todd just jamming that out, locking up Rydia before she can even get a chance to do something.
Omaro's a good draw here. We can play the Omaro, draw a card. Okay, that works too.
Okay, so we're gonna pay the tax. Looks like we're gonna go ahead, try to get rid of the Cecil.
I wonder if Todd had an ice card, because we could have played the Umaro and revealed the card, and then like sacked the Umaro. But I guess the.
I mean, I really love this because it allows, you know, our party attacks to still hit the board now.
I don't.
Assuming we're still party attacking, yeah. Party attack, pull back.
Sabin,
Celeste.
Yeah, this is just way better.
Yeah. And
so
then
we can
Setzer Dull Freeze the Une again.
Well, we can just go for lethal, right? We can Dull Freeze the Rydia and then Sabin the Garnet.
No, Sam's only at 4, so this is we're only presenting.
That'd be 3.
Oh yeah, 5, 6. Yeah, we could.
Okay, so we have a Fiend trigger, right? Or did he cast the Heck? I think
He cast the Heck, and then now we're casting Amaterasu on the Celeste.
Okay. Take damage.
So Celeste was going to get something back. What did Setzer Dull Freeze? Was it the Une? Because we should have had 2 party attack triggers.
Yeah, looks like Une is Dull Frozen.
Okay.
And remember, these forwards have first strike. Search for a king.
Sam using every EX burst in the book. Trying to...
No kings.
Oh, no targets. Oh, that's unfortunate.
All right. This is a close one.
This is the pivotal turn for Sam. So Une is frozen from that Setzer attack. Is very unfortunate for Sam.
Sam has to win this game.
Yeah.
This is still game 2. He lost game 1. We thought he was going to win this game. If he's going to, this is the turn to do it.
Absolutely.
He passed.
But, I mean, he doesn't. Oh, he just passed. I think that's got to be it. Oh, and he drew a Celeste off the top. Lock trigger. Yep. Sam reminding his boy. Yep. You get extra cards as you get to kill me here. I think this is gonna be all she wrote for Sam Prime here.
There it is.
Yeah, and there's a handshake. He knows it was a great game by both players. Todd especially. I thought he was down for the count in game 2, but he was a true fighter and really stuck to it. Well played by both players, and great job everybody this weekend. But congrats to our champion Todd Tirums. We'll have that day 2 bye for Nats, and wow, I mean, out of all the Cat 6,
you.
Not only did he play well, he it was definitely a great brew. The Fiend coming in clutch in finals. Oh my goodness. I think I talked about disparaging the Fiend a little bit earlier in the weekend, and holy cow, was I wrong.
Yeah, I mean, I think the Fiend, this is like the perfect matchup for the Fiend, right? It's a Rydia deck. It wants to cast summons for free. The Fiend is stopping that from happening. So the extra free value you get from Rydia isn't free anymore. It's neutral, but it's also what Sam's deck is built around, is everything being cost effective and cheap. So
yeah,
stopping that from happening is huge. And congrats to Sam for getting it this far.
Absolutely.
It sounds like
a very
only
unique
lost to one
deck
person
too. Yeah.
Yeah.
I know of another person who has had that be his situation in events before too.
Yeah. I've had that happen a lot. For those who don't know, it's not relevant, but the last nationals, I only lost to one person, and it's my co-commentator over here. I lost to him in Swiss, I lost to him in day 2 in the winners bracket and in the losers bracket. So he just knocked me out of the competition. He was the only person I lost to. So and in my books, whenever that happens in any tournament, I feel like that's a good tournament, right? Like, there are sometimes bad matchups you run into, or that one person in the entire tournament. You have a 100-person tournament. There's one person you don't want to play. If you play them and you lose, it is what it is, right? You can't plan your entire tournament around exactly one person. So I chalk this up also as like a win to Sam. Congratulations to him.
Yeah,
he
absolutely.
had a very interesting deck as well.
Yeah, no, his deck was very unique. I mean, one of the only ones of its type for the weekend. Really good brew there, and I think against a lot of these decks it was pretty well positioned. But Todd with the Fiend, the Warring Triad coming in clutch for him in that finals, and I wonder how well it performed for him for the rest of the weekend. But I really like the rest of his brew. The new lock, obviously very powerful. I can't say anything more about the list. It was a great job by both players, and great job on the event staff and everybody. And thank you to everybody at home for watching. The rest of the stream team putting everything together for us.
Yeah, thank you, Epic Gaming, for hosting the event and letting us stream this and letting us commentate.
Yeah, I mean, we definitely saw a lot of Category 6 this weekend, so it's not super surprising to see it eventually take it down, but sometimes you see that, like we saw Soiree at tons and tons of events, but we didn't see it take down too many, and now we see Cat 6, especially with some of these new brews, really taking it down. That was fantastic gaming.
Yeah, this is
I know in the comments, Chris Adams is happy to see some spaghetti in the take home the W.
Yep. I mean, FF6 was the most popular deck, and the most popular deck doesn't always win, but it probably has the most chances to win, and that's what we see here is is FF6 taking it home, and it had the most represented deck in the top 16, and it made it all the way. So, congratulations to Todd, and thank everyone for watching.
Yep,
And,
I think that will be it for us, and yep, have a good one.